I hope the world treats you kind. 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 Goodness. I hope the world treats you kind. I hope the world treats you kind. Goodness. Always lift you high. The world treats you high. I hope the world treats you high. The world treats you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. And will lift you high. And always lift you high. Lift you high. Always lift you high. Lift you high. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always.
Alicia's song is pinned to the top of the chat box. So please, please, please go over to her channel. If you haven't already, subscribe. If you haven't listened to this song, you should definitely, definitely listen to it. I listen to it so often. I think it's a peaceful song that I really, I don't know, it feels right. It always feels right when I listen to it. So that out of the way, welcome everyone. I am so excited. It's Friday. I'm glad to be sharing space with you guys again. Um, there are some things that I want to get into, which is going to be a lot. It's not so today's live stream is essentially a journal entry. It's my own journal entry. It's a reflection on some of the conversations we've had. It's a bit of theorizing, but it's a much about self reflection, more about self reflection than any other live stream that I've ever done, hopefully. And so we're going to talk about capitalism. We're going to be talking about Black women leadership and matriarchy and the Moynihan report. I think those are important aspects of some of the topics that we've been talking about on this channel. My voice feels weird. I'm also a bit out of breath. I'm not quite sure why, because I'm not I'm always nervous, but being nervous doesn't um, make me out of breath and breathe weirdly. So hopefully the next level in the whatever isn't found in me. So welcome everyone. Let me just, I was reflecting on something today, and I want to talk about it. So before we hit the intro, let me just say this. We've centered the manosphere in a way that I think is problematic on this channel. It's not going to change, but I think it's problematic because when we start talking about leadership, you'll understand why I think it's problematic. But I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, and it wouldn't make sense to even pretend to want to change it. I can incorporate other things as I talk about the mess. However, I don't understand why people lie about stats. I don't know why people lie about how they engage online. I don't know why people have such short memories about the content they produce. Because it's strange to me that L'Oreal and Michael B. Jordan's incident has taken hold in the manosphere and on the internet in the way that it has, where people who we have sat here and heard them call Michael B. Jordan a simp. Curry up and eat. First and foremost, where have you been? Second, I was actually getting a bit worried. I am so happy you're back. I was getting a bit worried. One, I missed your comments. Two, there were people in the chat, and I should have screenshot these comments where they were asking where you were and if you were okay. Someone said not L'Oreal. Girl, I don't know this woman's name. It's going to be L'Oreal. It's going to be L'Oreal today. I don't know her name, so I started. I saw the spelling and I decided to go with L'Oreal. Is it L'Oreal? L'Oreal? I don't know. So we're going to go with the brand L'Oreal as this lady's name. I miss you all while I was in foreign lands. Hi, chat. All right, good. You were on vacation. Hopefully, you weren't here. We're good. So, Michael B. Jordan and L'Oreal, that lady, you know who I'm talking about. Their interaction kind of went viral, and people are saying this is what women get for calling Michael B. Jordan a simp and corny. And I'm confused because that attack was specifically coming from men. Like a lot of men were saying they don't know why women find Michael B. Jordan attractive. Michael B. Jordan, if he was considered corny, which I think some people do consider him that, I don't know. But if majority of black women weren't into him, he would not have the career that he currently has. So y'all are lying. Y'all are straight up lying. You could have said it for Russell Wilson, even though he's a football player, but yeah, that is a lie. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense that this man's biggest supporters are black women, and y'all want us to believe that these black women are the ones calling him corny. The lies don't make sense. Like I don't care what people have to say. Like I'm not engaging. I think this is bad faith. I think it is bad faith to pretend like the idea of being corny and being a simp are invention of black women to attack black men. Like that don't make no sense. Furthermore, corny or not, he is rich. Didn't y'all point out the fact that rich I'm not doing this. So I'm very annoyed. Hurry up and eat. Welcome. Everyone, welcome back. This is not that live stream at all. I'm not engaging with that kind of rhetoric today. It's just really fascinating to sit here and watch people absolutely sit there and lie and lie and then lie some more about who created the culture of anti the professional Black man, anti intellectualism. It is not the women who did it. And if we are supposed to watch the trajectory and the fan base of these men who are quote unquote slims and corny, they're being supported and uplifted. I would argue wrongfully so because he can't act, but by Black women. So it doesn't make sense that I can't. This doesn't make sense at all. All right. Let's begin. Wait, should I begin? Let let me refresh because I want to begin. I want to hear the poem part of the song, and I want to begin again, and then we get into our meaningful discussion because this is not that meaningful, and I don't want it to sort of crowd. I don't want it to crowd what we have going on. So let's go to the first part of this song. I want to hear the affirmations, and we can listen to the affirmations in a little bit, and then I'll come back and we'll get into the discussion of the matriarchy, of capitalism, failure, and kind of how I've come to the conclusion that I've come to. And again, hopefully this is a meaningful stream. I will open the link, I will open the panel, and people will be able to come on and we can talk a little bit. But I want us to be more thoughtful in our answer. You don't have to disagree with me to come up today, but I would like for people who disagree with me to also come up. So I'm going to play the affirmation part of this song, and I will be right back.
I pray this day greets you with a smile, that the sun will guide your way, that goodness embraces you, joy nourishes you, and hope re inspires you. I pray your steps be led by faith, that your heart be open wide enough for love to stream in, that you create with your entire soul, that your work be fueled by passion, that you share your gifts with us generously and joyfully. I pray that all you touch blossoms and blooms, that you speak truth, that all you speak heals and uplifts, and all that you see is opportunity, that you accept the invitation to live. I hope that life treats you kindly, that ease, softness, light, and abundance be your portion, that you always know that you lack no good thing, that all you have and all you are is enough. I pray you don't miss the glory of today, chasing the hope of tomorrow, that you may soak up all the beauty placed at your feet. I pray you see the magic of your life, of your love. I pray peace, contentment, and trust guide your every decision, that you always remember everything in this moment is okay. You are safe. You are secure. You are always enough. May you always know that you are a blessing, that the world is blessed because you are here with us. I pray you don't rob this earth, this day, of the gift that is you. Take a deep breath. It is a miracle. You are a miracle. May your days be as light, miraculous, freeing as breath. I hope the world.
I needed that restart. I'm going to keep it up because I think honestly that I'm going to probably need it at different points. I also think that I should not be doing this because it's very personal what I'm about to do. But it's important. So we are going to do it together. All right. So let me put it up. Today, should I go back? Let's go back. All right. So today we're going to talk about matriarchy and capitalism. And I want to send a big shout out and thank you to Concern, who really upgraded my PowerPoints. Like, she said, branding is important. And so she went in. And when I saw this email with my PowerPoint, I was just floored. I want to say a huge thank you, thank you, thank you to Concern. I don't know if she's even here yet. I hope she is, but she decked out my PowerPoint. And if you know me, you know I love a PowerPoint. So the fact that someone integrated my YouTube brand with a PowerPoint outline, like she did that. So thank you, because I wasn't gonna do it. So is she here? Let me know if you see concern, because she did that. All right. So matriarchy. Um, the way we understand matriarchy, and this is probably going to be on for a while. The second slide is going to be up for a while. The way that we understand matriarchy is a system, a society where women are in charge or women rule. Now, in the contemporary sense of the word, we have decided that not only are we talking about a society where women rule and legislate and control the means of production and have power, but we are limiting it to the idea that women somehow are because women are over the family, therefore we are in a matriarchy. I push back against this narrative. I push back forcefully against this narrative. The reason I do is, one, I think it's incorrect. Like, I'm not just gonna sit and say, oh, it's because I don't feel like it's right. No, I push back because it is unfair. It is an oversimplification of a very complex issue. And also, it is extraordinarily disrespectful to Black men. Now, the reason I care about the quote unquote disrespect to Black men is, well, remind me I said this at the end, and then you guys can come up and ask me why, actually, instead of me just saying why. To be in a society that is patriarchal, right? I don't think anyone would argue that America, the US, isn't patriarchal. I don't think anyone would make an argument that Western societies aren't patriarchal. So to find a subculture within a patriarchal society that is matriarchal seems a bit odd. It is strange unless we're saying the men in the community are too weak, incapable, or unwilling to take the lead. Now, there is an argument that the greater powers that be implanted the women as the head and removed the men. This is the idea that, quote unquote, welfare took Black men out of the home. If this is true, then there is an issue about men within the community having no power within said community. So the community wouldn't be, quote unquote, matriarchal in that sense. It would still be patriarchal. The patriarchy that runs the community just wouldn't be Black male patriarchy. It would just be white men patriarchy, where the women who are, quote unquote, installed are installed as the face of the white patriarchy. This is the argument I'm thinking that the manosphere is attempting to make, that the men who have enslaved us, who have separated us, and now who owns most of the means of production, still controls the community. Even in that case, one would argue that the women should not be the direction for which vengeance or hate or power struggle comes, because they wouldn't be the one with said power. It would be the men, quote unquote, who installed them. And so this is why I've never conceded in any meaningful way that it's a matriarchy, because when Moynihan pointed out that it was a matriarchy, In the Moynihan report in the 1960s, we'll get to that because I think we need the exact wording so we can understand what was being said. It was a direct affront to Black men's dignity. I don't know why anyone point, man, Black, point to the Moynihan report. It was an extraordinarily disrespectful document that was pointing out that Black men have failed. The Moynihan report was essentially saying in a community where there were men, the gender roles were in reverse. So when men call women masculine and stop, no, 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 no. If you're basing your if you're basing your analysis on the Moynihan report, you're not only going to say the women are masculine, you have to also say the men are feminine because the roles were reversed in Moynihan's report. I didn't mean it in his report as in the document, but in his estimation, but report, right? So that, and by masculine and feminine, it's about staying in the home and providing. It's not about these esoteric ideas around masculinity and femininity, right? So we are going to get into that. But before we get there, I need to talk about Queen Ramonda. And as I was thinking about this, and this is partly why this is a journal entry for me and not so much content, but it has become content now. When I think about Queen Ramonda, let's make this larger. We're talking about a character that had everything taken away from her, right? So if we're taking the man's words to be what it is, that racism, welfare, all of that took them out of the home, let's give it the best effort we can. And I think Queen Ramonda is the best embodiment of a fictional representation of what took place in the Black community, not in full context, but in isolation, right? So try to follow, right? In some ways, the world, we're not blaming the people around her, the world took her husband, who was king, then her son from her. If she did not step up to rule where she did not say she wanted to rule. She was perfectly okay being queen or queen mother. She was perfectly okay when her son took charge. She was perfectly fine. She actually wanted this. She supported her husband and her son. She did not want the throne. Unfortunately, she had to take it. This, for me, is the perfect parallel of what is happening in the Black community. Or how, so I am not saying my word is it. It's completely true and nothing else can come up. When you're thinking about how I'm analyzing it, I am saying if we're saying the world is taking from the Black community, the people in our families that are there trying to hold it together while the quote unquote world takes from them, right? I'm giving the best argument, the benefit of the doubt to the men, and the world is the problem, right? What do we expect the queen? What do we expect the mother? What do we expect the women to do in the face of the men being removed because of welfare? Should they not take welfare? Should she not fight for her family? Should she abdicate the throne, right? Should she give up because your leadership is required? If we're thinking about in the best argument possible. The best argument possible is that something outside of the Black men in the community for single mothers removed him from the home. Something made it impossible for him to provide consistently, so welfare had to step in. We're talking about racism, we're talking about exclusion from the job market, we're talking about even welfare. All of these things, we're talking in the best argument given, something outside of the Black woman and Black man remove the Black man from his ability to provide and be a king in his kingdom, in his domain. What then should the woman do? When you call it a matriarchy, what you're doing is highlighting that the men in the community are unable or unwilling to take up the mantle of leadership. Now, you might be asking, Themis, but anyone can be a leader. I agree with you. I'm just operating under a patriarchal framework where men are supposed to be, quote unquote, naturally leaders. Even in that framework, women did not usurp the role of leader. It was literally required for the survival of the race and the family. Let's do the family, not just the race, right? But we'll get to that. So the shaming, the blame, and the lack of love that the Black woman is experiencing seems a bit unfair, because if she crumbles, not only does herself and her own livelihood goes to waste in terms of all the actual labor she put into her own life, but so does her children, and by extension, the entire community. It makes absolutely no sense to me that we are in a world where the blame is being placed external to the people who have decided, if we're taking they were unwilling, who have decided to walk away. It also doesn't make sense to blame the person staying and caring if the people who left were unable to care, right? Now that's a systemic problem. At any given moment, the blame goes either to the system or to the individual who engages in the bad behavior. And this is where I have my problem. We're going now to the Moynihan report, and we're going to really get into what matriarchy meant, because I think without a working definition of how it was perceived, we are not going to fully ever understand how to approach conversation about calling the Black community a matriarchy. To do so as a Black woman, if you want to insult Black men, I get it. That's fine. To do so as a Black man, you're only insulting yourself. That is it. Point blank, period. To sit here and say, oh, the reason the Black community is the way it is because it's the matriarchy, the question is going to be, what are these men doing living under a matriarchy? It was an insult aimed at Black men when the conception of matriarchy was placed on the Black community through the Moynihan report. It wasn't to blame Black women. Obviously, the writers didn't even care about Black women, but it was an insult aimed at Black men. In fact, in the conclusion, it points out that Black men needed discipline, and the way to get that was to go join the military, because if they joined the military, they could understand and be around what masculinity meant to the larger community, and they would be able to be trained in masculinity to then go back to their communities and lead. If that is a solution put forward, if that is a solution put forward by the Moynihan report, then obviously this very racist document was pointing out the fact that men, not women, needed to be trained to be leaders. And if you need to be trained to be a leader, it means you are not currently a leader. You have lacked the skills required to lead. It is a you problem, or it's a system problem. It's not a her problem. She just stood up where you could not. Plain and simple. I think Angela Bassett portrayal in Wakanda, Wakanda, the Black Panther, perfectly exemplifies how the world seemed to be taking and taking and taking from this woman, and she in turn had to stand up and died in an attempt to protect the people she loved, because there were no men left around her to protect her. All right, are we good? Let's get to the Moynihan report then. So I took some excerpts out because I think it is important that we read. I'll make it bigger. I hope people can see this. So the Moynihan report says, a fundamental fact of Negro American family life is the often reverse roles of husband and wife. Pause. I'm going to read that again, but I'm going to read it without it being on the screen. So it says, a fundamental fact of Negro American family life is the often reversed roles of husband and wife. To call a woman masculine is to call men feminine within the community. The fact that so many people in the manosphere took up this Moynihan report and used it as a Bible did not make sense to me. And the fact that this, by the way, was the inception of the modern understanding of the matriarchy, right? The matriarchy and its usage in everyday language was born out of the Moynihan report as it relates to the description of the Black community. That is true in the way that we now talk about it. To have that inception and not fully understand what it means and what it says about the men in the community does not make sense. It is frustrating to me, absolutely frustrating, and also mind boggling that men are pointing to this to sort of attack Black women about being a matriarchy, why the community is the way it is, without recognizing that it actually indict you. The indictment is on you. That is what this was all about. You. I, I, I don't understand how you miss that. So when you say it's the matriarchy, Black women are masculine, please continue the sentence by pointing out the fact that the roles were reversed. So if the Black women were masculine, the Black man was considered feminine. And no, it is not about how deep your voice is. It is not about how tough you are. It is not about how physically fit you were. Rather, it was about your ability to provide and protect your family. Blood and Wolf, in a study of Detroit families, noted that Negro husbands have unusually low power. And while this is characteristic of all low income families, the pattern pervades the Negro social structure. The cumulative result of discrimination in jobs, the segregated housing, and poor schooling of Negro men. In 44% of Negro families studied, the wife was dominant as against 20% of white wives, whereas the majority of white families are egalitarian. The largest percent of Negro families are dominated by the wife. Now, you might be wondering, oh, this is where they get the masculinity thing from. It might be, except this was talking about the ability to run the home and pay for things. It is in the provider paradigm that this was written. So it was saying that the women in the Black community were the providers. That's what that was saying. And the fact that people read this out of context and say Black men don't have power, even if we accept that it was about physical power, it's still saying that Black women could overpower Black men. That's not what it's saying. It couldn't mean that in any meaningful way. It was about providing. That's what it was about. It wasn't about protecting, it was about providing for the family. And the fact that Black women were engaging in the labor market force in a way that was surprising to other communities because the women weren't as involved as the Black women. Black women were just as involved in the labor force, we'll get to this in a minute, in the 1960s, as other groups of women. Again, even with racism at, we're going to get to this because there is an argument about how racism affects Black men differently than Black women. And I think this is important. The matriarchal pattern of so many Negro families reinforces itself over the generations. This process begins with education. Negro females were better educated than Negro males, and this remains true today for the Negro population as a whole. Why? Why do? Why does anyone who is pro quote unquote Black men and who complain about Black women point to the Moynihan report? The thing is, I would never, by the way, I don't use the Moynihan report as a factual basis for any kind of analysis that I do personally. I would never cite to it in a research paper that I'm doing. I would never use it as a legitimate argument unless I'm using it against someone who've used it or referenced something in it to point out how they didn't understand it. But I would never. This would be what a very conservative person who might be a bit racist would use against a Black person, a Black man. This would be what they would use, not Black men using it against Black women when the indictment, again, was about the Black man. It was talking now about education. And we know this for a fact now that it's still the same. So the conversation we're having in 1960 is the same conversation we're having now. And people are still being anti-intellectual in the Black manosphere, literally shaming women for going to school when the issue isn't that women are going to school, it's that more men need to be going to school. And so this is where there is a huge sort of conflict where I think the ideas around masculinity and who is in charge comes up a lot, but it's not about masculinity in the performance. It's about achieving in a substantive way. Like it's about getting an education, getting a job, being able to provide, being able to take care of yourself, being able to take care of your family, right? But that gets swept under the rug in an attempt to make these really asinine arguments about matriarchal power and values when it's like, yeah, it's a matriarchy if you say so, but are you a part of the community? And how did you let that happen? Someone said drag for filth. This is a drag. The matriarchal pattern of many Negro families reinforces itself over the generation. This process begins with education. Negro females were better educated than Negro males, and this remains true today for the Negro population as a whole. Among whites, there were almost twice as many men as women enrolled. There is much evidence that Negro females are better students than their male counterparts. In a private community, and we do know there is now a trend where women are quote unquote better able to achieve academically than men generally. I don't know how and when this started, but apparently in the 1960s, that wasn't the case, but for the Black community. So the Black community was way ahead of the curve in terms of what was going to be the result of women in education long before women were able to figure out what they could do and how they could achieve in education. This, I believe, is not about whether or not women could do well and why Black women were ahead. No, it was more about the fact that Black women didn't have a choice but to be educated and but to get a job if they wanted to survive, where maybe other communities could rely heavily on the male counterpart. And we can, again, blame racism for this. We can blame whatever we want to blame, but it was just a matter of fact at this point. There is much evidence that the Negro females are better students than their male counterparts. Um, Daniel Thompson of Dillard University, in a private communication on January 9, 1965, writes, as low as he this by the way is full on racism. As low as is the aspirational level among lower class Negro girls, it is considerably higher than among the boys. For example, I have examined the honor rolls in Negro high schools for about 10 years. As a rule, from 75 to 90% of all Negro honor students are girls. So yeah, Santos, to clarify, Moynihan was a member of the Dem Party and represented New York in the U.S. Senate for 1972 until 2001. It would not be correct to cite it as a right-wing racist talking point. I don't know if you're telling me that because he was Democrat, that his talking points aren't being used by conservative, because I can prove to you that his talking points have been used by conservative, like just like as a factual matter. This is like everyone from both Bushes. Both Bushes to even Donald Trump's speech on Black community and Black issue center Donald Trump less directly, centers the Moynihan report about welfare, about Black men improvement, um, about Black men improvement. So yes, Moynihan had flip flopped in terms of his political ideology. He's even went back and forth on the meaning of the Moynihan report, but we do know it has been cited a lot by conservative, actually a lot by conservative to actually fight against the quote unquote welfare state. But I'm not arguing politically now. And I'm not arguing, by the way, about the right. I'm arguing specifically about racist on the right. I'm not arguing about racists on the left. I'll talk about racists on the left in another video, but I'm talking about racists on the right and their talking points. They go hand in hand with the Moynihan report. Demas, they're about to hate you like Don Lemon. Look, I, yeah. So let's continue. I think there might be one more slide on this. I didn't realize I took so many excerpts. Dr. Thompson report that 70% of all applicants for national. This. Before I read this, so there has always been this the reason argument, and the argument was the reason why Black women have so much access to education and by extension a ton of resources. The reason they believe that was that there wasn't enough effort in getting Black boys and men these kinds of access. Now, the same argument is being made all over, but even in the 1960s, we find, and in this report, and again, this is their report, this is what the manosphere has put forward as meaningful investigation into the Black community, and they've concluded through reading this that Black women are the problem. So let's look at education and why, because it doesn't really say why, Black women were outpacing Black men in terms of academic achievement. So let's do it. Yeah. Oh, this. Ann Coulter quoting the Moynihan report. I have seen Ann Coulter quoted the Moynihan report. The Moynihan report I've seen on Fox News way more than any other news network. In fact, I would venture to say outside of YouTube and Manosphere talking points, I've not seen the Moynihan report come out outside of sociology class and Fox News. Those are the two places that I saw it. Now, I'm not saying other people didn't talk about it, but that's where I saw it. and saw excerpts, even if they didn't quote directly, cite rather, not quote, cite directly to the Moynihan report. So it was very strange to me when I saw it popped up in the manosphere. It was very strange, but let's continue. So Dr. Sampson report that 70% of all application for the National Achievement Scholar Program financed by the Ford Foundation for Outstanding Negro high school graduates are girls. Here, this is the part. Despite special efforts by high school principals to submit the names of boys. So even when, again, I'm not saying any of this is true. I'm sure they probably looked into the research and it is true. But in the research that you're putting forward, there are special efforts being made to get young boys to, in the 1960s, to apply to finance to certain scholarship and for academic achievement, and Black women were still outpacing them, even with special efforts geared towards Black boys applying for this scholarship. The finalists for the new program for outstanding Negro students were recently announced. Based on an inspection of the names, only about 43% of all of the 639 finalists were males. However, in the regular National Merit Scholarship Program, males received 67% of the 1964 scholarship award. So, what this is saying is that there's a scholarship award that always overwhelmingly go to men, but in the Black community, it went overwhelmingly to women because these men were not apply. These boys and men weren't applying for it. In one of the four Negro families where the husband is present is an earner and someone else in the family works, the husband is not the principal earner. I don't think I have to explain that. I feel like me explaining that feels like I'm just digging at people. So let's continue. The comparable figures for white is 18%. More important, it is clear that Negro females have established a strong position for themselves in white collar and professional employment, precisely the areas of the economy which are growing most rapidly and to which the highest prestige is accorded. Afro Butterfly says this report is a straight drag of their lack of participation in education, income, and labor. What part of this report do men cite as favorable for? When Afro Butterfly, when you find it, let me know because I've been looking for it. I have been looking. I don't know what part of this report they've been citing. They just say things and say, go look to the Moynihan report, and they leave me as perplexed then as I am today. Like, where are we looking? We've already went through the Moynihan report, right? But I just wanted to drive this point home regarding matriarchy, because this is all in the matriarchy section, right? So I don't know. They should never be cited by a Black man ever, like ever, unless they're saying, oh, we messed up. That's it. Um, the President's Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity, uh, making a preliminary report on employment in 1964 of over 16,000 companies with nearly 5 million employees, reveal this pattern with dramatic emphasis. In this workforce, Negro males outnumber Negro females by a ratio of 4-1. Yet Negro males represent only 1.2% of all males in white collar occupations, while Negro female represent 3.1% of total female white collar workforce. Negro males represent 1.1% of all male professionals, where Negro female represent roughly 6% of all female profession. It was 1.6% to 6% of professional workers. Now we can again talk about why, and I think the why is fundamentally important. But how are you citing this? Who told you to cite this? Like, I don't understand what we were doing and what we are currently doing in the manosphere. Finally, again, in technician occupations, Negro males represent 2.1% of all male technicians, while Negro female represent roughly 10% of all female technicians. It would appear, therefore, that there are proportionately 4 times as many Negro females in significant white collar jobs than Negro males. This was in the 1960s, by the way, just an FYI. It is significant that 6 out of every 100 Negro females are in professional jobs. This is substantially similar to the rate of all females in such jobs. Approximately 7 out of every 100 Negro females are in technician jobs. This exceeds the proportion of all females. So again, this was what I started with, where black women were outpacing not just men, but all other groups in white collar work. I did all of that to highlight that if you're looking to the 1960s, if you're looking to the Moynihan report, what you're doing is you're pointing out the failures that Moynihan was pointing out in black men, not black women. In fact, it was like the whole thing was about how well black women is doing relative to where they're coming from. We're talking about slavery, but right before the 1960s, we're talking about a Jim Crow era. And the report is pointing out that black women were doing well. Now you can come back and talk about Black Wall Street and how the government and the white society destroyed it, and that would be a good argument about the attack on black men and women. But it's weird to me that you point to the Moynihan report to say black women are masculine without saying it's also saying black men are feminine. And the reason you're saying black women are masculine seems to be because they are earning and doing well economically, relatively speaking, relative to other groups of women, but also in their ability to work for themselves, but also relative to where they're from historically, and also relative to the men in their community. You don't just say black women are masculine and we're in a matriarchy without recognizing what that would mean about you. You don't do that. You don't get to do that. Um, my husband had three. I don't HS. Is this high school? I feel like this is high school, but I definitely thought that my high school had 3 Victorian. Both girls had higher score. I think this is valedictorian. I don't know. Both girls had higher scores, but the teacher pushed the girl to let the boy, who I ended up dating in college, get the award. Wait, what? Absolutely not. Wait. Chris says, report did cite it in the 1940 sweeps of Congress as justification for welfare reform, to which Moynihan did agree that the welfare system did need reform. Yeah, the thing is, Moynihan went back and forth a lot. And it would be weird to like just politically place him, but fine. It's true that it has been used by racist collectivists to support the ideology, but collectivism isn't an anathema to right-leaning philosophy. No. It's um, Obama cited the Moynihan report. Obama has cited the Moynihan report, just as an FYI. I think when he was a senator, I can't. I would have to go find the clip. But I've seen about, not directly cited it, but he has talked about the family in ways that I think Moynihan would agree with, and the right would agree with. And we've all but settled on the nuclear family is the best structure for a a good society. And so we want to push policies that would incentivize having a nuclear family structure both on the left and the right. I would venture to argue that Moynihan was instrumental in this idea. Obviously, other research combined solidify that this is correct or the most correct we have now. But I don't know if I would say that it's fully fleshed out. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it is a I'm saying that as a black person, when I read this in my sociology class and when I spoke to my professor about it, I was very circumspect about the language being used, including the fact, well, I was circumspect, and my teacher confirmed, my professor confirmed, and I agree that absolutely no one should be citing this. But if you're going to cite it, you can get dragged with, not you, Chris, but like the people can get dragged with it. This isn't on topic, but Themis here looks. Wait, really? Is it? Is it giving though? Ah. All right. So I'm going to open the first part of the panel, and then I'm going to go to the capitalism portion. But what I want to talk, I don't want to talk about Moynihan specifically, but we can talk generally. Um, I want to talk about matriarchy and whether it's a matriarchy. I will only be taking 5 callers, so do with that what you will, because if I take more, we are going to be on forever. And I do want to open the panel again, but I want to get through all of my thoughts before I do that. Um, so, my conclusion: to admit we are in a matriarchy means the man cannot, will not, or choose not to lead. To call women masculine is to call men feminine. Where does racism come up? Can women lead and should women lead? Should men lead, learn to lead? What should women do in the interim? What is the natural order? These are some of the questions I'm going to be asking you, but we have a very important part of the PowerPoint to get into. So I'm going to drop the link. I will the first 5 people to come up will be the people that I'm talking to. Now, please check out the High Powered podcast. I would love if let Priscilla Clark give commentary. She talks a lot about matriarchy. The High Powered podcast. I will look into that. I will look into that. Yes, Tim, if your coils are popping. uh, it's strange to hear the word juicy in response to here, but it actually sounds fun. So I appreciate that. Diva Noir says, this is my favorite Starbucks cup that I got. A lot of the talking points Moynihan used were based on E. Franklin Fraser's work, a black male sociologist. He said if black men would be better criminals and not let others take over, black men would be better criminals and not, they would have built a community. Page 30. I need to get into this. Thank you. Cultural misfit. Go ahead. What do you have? Hello?
Oh my God, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Hello. All right. Well, seeing that there is no one here that wants to talk about this, Themis used mango juice to make his curls pop. Period. Let's continue then. I'll come back to this. Um, so, I wanted to have a conversation about Black capitalism and capitalism generally. Now, this is the part that I think is more about me journaling. This is the part where I'm like journaling because a lot of this I was thinking about, so it is going to be a bit rough. During a podcast, I said something that I now think was inappropriate. The podcast was on Wednesday. No one actually called me out. Maybe people call me out on this, but I didn't. This is not an apology, by the way. I'll explain why it's not an apology. I'm not against apology, but you need contrition to apologize. It's not that I don't feel bad, but yeah. So let's watch what I said, and then we'll get into capitalism.
Tickets. I now have 1,000 seats every night that are $20. That with a small service charge, but so that everybody can come and enjoy my show. I'm encouraging everyone to bring canned goods, and it's great to be more aware, and it's great to feel like people are speaking to you. And now I feel like politically, our generation is more involved.
So can I go to Beyonce concert with $20? Because she said she's aware, she's socially conscious, so she's not. Her tickets are $20.
$20. What are they now? Like this?
Mine was $700 and something. So and yeah, well, Club Renaissance was done, so I had to get the second one. So I'm not in the front, but I'm like right behind the front. Apparently, there are people up there in the nosebleeds.
$700 and something.
She found her worth.
I saw like a trailer on TikTok for some movie called Swarm that's giving very have y'all heard of the movie? It's called Swarm, and it's like about these like fans.
Anyway, I could go on, but I don't want to, because that's it. When I said nosebleeds and then I laughed, it was not okay, right? So nosebleed, while the statement itself isn't enough, it's not completely wrong. It is the scuff at the end. Someone said, wait, Club Renaissance for me only. Wait. Wait. So I shouldn't be laughing because this is actually important. I didn't write this down, but I did think this through. And I don't want to have like a mishap that like gets spread, because I do want to take accountability even if I don't want to apologize, right? So it is the scuff, right? So there is a level of insensitivity, elitism, and me being annoying. I want to say that I was on a lot of painkillers, and that is true, but it's not an excuse. What is problematic ultimately for me is the fact that it was mean. I think it was mean. Someone said, "Don't you dare apologize." I laughed so loud when you said nosebleeds. No. Yeah, no. I'm not. It's not. I promise it's not an apology, but it is something that we do need to like think about. I can disregard all sort of descriptors of myself. I can disregard insults aimed at me, but when I do find that there's something like a mean joke, that popular kid meanness, I don't like it. I don't think it's funny, and I don't think it's appropriate. Like those who this is bad. That was gonna be bad. I don't think it's okay to sort of think about identity in that way. However, I think also being mean is a bit too far. So again, not an apology. I'm not even gonna say painkillers. I said it, I laughed, and I kind of meant it, but I don't think I meant it in the way to be disrespectful, but I see how it could be perceived as mean. How can someone who lean so deeply, myself, right? How can someone who leans so deeply in capitalism say that they care about other people? And I do care about other people, but I also am not completely against capitalism and capitalism again, in theory. I don't think much about it in practice in my day-to-day life. So I don't know if I'm against it in practice. Thus, the question, am I contributing to exploitation? Is capitalism exploitation? I define capitalism differently. And then when it comes to Black people, the extraction of value from labor has been done through violent means. So should I be concerned about my lack of care about capitalism as a theory and an economic framework, I'm thinking about this, right? And so as I'm thinking about this, is it different for me than someone who claims to be a super leftist person, right? Like, you know how most, I'm sorry, video essayists, you're getting dragged. It's not nothing personal. But you know how the video essayists are all seemingly against capitalism and they rail against it, yet they benefit from it. They create businesses around it. They have used capitalism to benefit themselves, and they will make an excuse like, oh well, my family need to eat, so I'm going to do what I'm going to do, but then at the same time attack people who aren't anti-capitalist. And I find it weird. So is it better and more digestible to be a hypocrite? Because that's what they are. Like, it is. Go live in a in the woods somewhere in a hut, right? But if you're engaging in it, you're benefiting from it. So I don't want to hear it. You're a hypocrite. But I'm not blaming you for being a hypocrite. I'm just asking the question of whether it is more acceptable to be hypocritical, to march out there and say, I am against capitalism. Capitalism is bad, and be that rah against it while you benefit from it. That don't make sense. So the hypocrisy, again, is that capitalism is bad while you sit there and benefit from it. That America is a bully on the world stage while we are comfortable directly benefiting from America's ability to strong arm other nation into submission to produce and provide. So for China, for example, the US get the raw material, send it to China. China creates the widgets and gadgets and send it back to us. And in return, they just keep our debt, right? So is our complacency in the system bad? And is it better to pretend like it doesn't exist? Is it better to acknowledge that it exists but continue to live? Or is it better to pretend like you're against it in language but actually just benefit from it and do nothing but talk about how bad it is but never actually do anything to change it because you don't feel like you can change the system? I don't know the answer to that. Once you guys find out, let me know. People with power very rarely give it up. And so, if we're thinking about exploitation of other people to benefit the American dream, I feel like we can put it in the most disgusting way we want. It's not going to change the fact that you're sitting there benefiting from it, right? So, how do we start the conversation about changing the system while we're benefiting from it? And how do you change a system if you try not to benefit from it? Move out of the system. Do you even have power within that system to change it? It seems like we're just going in circles at this point. And this, by the way, is why I shouldn't be talking about this publicly, because it is not just a rant. It's something that I've been thinking about for a while, but it came to the forefront of my mind when I said that, and I rewatched the podcast and I saw myself and I felt bad and I didn't quite know why I felt bad. I'd rather not be a hypocrite though, but I also don't want to be mean. So, do I enjoy comfort? Yes. Do I want to live in my comfort? Yes. What does that say? What does that say about me then? Like it doesn't feel like you can ever be a quote unquote good person. In this way, producers versus consumers. Producers are the engine. Yeah. Not ultimate Gemini said, look at my man being accountable. why do y'all make me now feel weird? I appreciate this. I appreciate the love. Let's continue. I realize I haven't moved the slide. All right. So that's broad system level. Let's try to narrow it down on an individual level. The PowerPoint hasn't moved, so I apologize because I need to get this out of my head before I explode. CJ say maybe a focus on the amount of wealth disparity. Yes, we're going to get to that in a moment, and I hope CJ you're able to come up because I would like to have the conversation with more people about this when the time comes in this. It's almost here. So thank you. There was one. Everyone, hey, Old Haji. Everyone is including those who loves it, destroys, lives in it. I don't know, participate in capitalism because Europe and the US leave none of us a choice, no way to remove yourself. That's my belief too, and that's why I think it's hypocritical to be out here like, oh my God, I'm against it. But the people calling themselves socialists and blah 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 are buying $1 million homes. In what world? Like, absolutely not. You will not be checking me today. So let's talk about capitalism and wealth. We're going to the individual level. Being rich in the Black community is not the norm. I would venture to say, and I am correct about this, being quote unquote rich in any community is not the norm. It is not the example. It is the exception, right? And the reason this is important is, by the way, by being rich, I mean having over $1 million as a family unit in the bank in terms of asset. Now, where did I get that from? My circles. That's what they say being rich is. And if you don't have that, you need not say you're rich. You can fight me on that. I'm not going back and forth with it. Wait, someone said something. Koja says America's capitalism is slowly being deconstructed. Well, is it? I venture to say there is a lot of conversation around it. We'll see. And hopefully some of that deconstruction will happen here if it needs to be. But we're going to talk. So when I say the rich people in any community is not the norm, it is not the example, it is the exception. What I'm talking about is that we cannot achieve wealth as a collective. Like, that's not a thing we do. Jay-Z is not the barometer or the example. You are not a billionaire. This is the part that annoys me. Wait, let me read the super chat because y'all are gonna get mad at me, I think. Brother, your education is a product of capitalism. Capitalism isn't bad. It's uncontrolled capitalism. I actually agree with you. I agree. I don't think capitalism is bad, which is why I'm having a problem internally. So I would have chosen to be in America if I thought capitalism was bad. I don't think it's bad. But here, let me rock the boat in the words of my good sis Aaliyah. My good sis Aaliyah, you are not a billionaire in the making. You are like most of us, broke. Okay, maybe not broke, but you're not wealthy. You might never be, you probably will never be, and hopefully that's okay. That's the harshest way I could put that, so like, it is what it is. That's how I'm gonna say it. This is the place where you are currently, is a place from which you should consider, and this is what I'm conceding to the video essayist. This is a place from which policy making should come from. You should not be making policies from the I need to protect people's wealth so that when I get wealthy, my wealth will be protected. You probably will never be wealthy. That sounds mean, but I do fundamentally believe that. And I mean that with all due respect. Jay-Z, again, is not the example, he is the exception. He is not the norm. He is outside of the norm. Everyone is not going to be Jay-Z, but I don't think that means we just do away with capitalism. And that's, for me, it feels very binary when we are like, oh, Jay-Z is hoarding wealth, which we'll get to hoarding wealth and all of that in a moment. But I do want us to consider that accumulation of wealth at a certain point is kind of disgusting. We'll explain why, hopefully. Um, so when I say advocate from the position where you are and not where you hope to be, I am saying you advocate from where you are, because where you hope to be, you probably won't ever get there. And that's not a read, it's just the reality. And now let's get to the Black community. I've never believed in the talented 10th. I didn't believe that that's a thing. I don't think that's something that we should conceive of as important. The talented 10, for anyone who doesn't really know anything about it, is this idea that small amount of people in the Black community can get educated, but those people have a responsibility to come back into the community and help the community. That's the best I got. I can send you guys articles on it, or you could just literally Google the talented 10. The reason why I believe in the talented 10, like, I've struggled with this over the years, but the reason I've come to the conclusion that this is a good idea, the passport bros, hear me out. Hear me out. So obviously I've been struggling with this. Part of why I've been struggling with this is I always believe that everyone of average intelligence have the capacity to advance economically, academically, intellectually, just be great and great leaders. I've come to realize that that's not true. The reason we are surprised, the reason I'm surprised when I see people fail or fail to uplift the community is because one of my core tenets is that I need to always expect people to be who people are going to be. And I keep having hope, and this idea of hope and grace and love and care and high expectation and dormant abilities. I believe in that, and that clouds my judgment a lot of the time, where I expect people with nothing to give to give. And that's just ridiculous. And the passport bros and me having sympathy, not for the tacky people who go and do disgusting things, like, obviously I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. The people who are like, look, I can't compete here, I can't do it here, so I need to go. They're not going to say it like that because pride and all of that. But in giving sympathy to them, I realize not everyone can lead. Not everyone has and should have the responsibility of the community on their shoulders. Not everyone can manage that burden. And those, I would believe, are the majority. Those people need a leader. I don't know who that leader is going to be, but they need a leader. And so when I think about capitalism, I'll explain why I'm talking about capitalism and then agency in this very specific way. It feels good to say everyone will and should uplift each other, and every man should protect and provide. This is too much. It is literally too much for some people. It is too high an expectation for every man. Some men do not have it in them to stand up and provide, to own, or take pride in their own image. It's just not in them. It is just what it is. It's fine. This is to be expected. The only reason, in my mind, the only reason we're surprised is because we expect more from people who have nothing more to give. Stop it. Expect people to be who they are, nothing more. That's it. Don't go out of your way, don't engage anymore. Expect people to be who they are and nothing more. It is in this way that you come to peace and you figure out who the talented 10th are. Maybe it's you. Maybe you need to figure it out. But you can't depend on everyone for everything. So, why did I do this? Why did I change from systemic issue to talk about the individual issue? I did that because even a couple of reasons, and I just saw some super chats. I apologize. Themis, are you hopped up on the hopium? I am hopped up on hopium. I love this phrase. I am definitely hopped up on hopium. I'm trying to get out of this space. Thanks for the perspective. I may not be a billionaire, but every tax season we can all hold those thousands up to our ear and pretend to call Jeff Bezos. Period. No, well, this is the thing. By the way, Curry Up and Eat, this is why I went from the individual to the system level. It's not really an analysis, but system level to the individual. I do not like the self-help industry. I think the self-help industry is a bunch of marketing that is about feel-good messaging that provides very little solutions. While I don't believe capitalism is going to save everyone, I don't think it's terrible. And I do think within this framework, you can structure your life in a way that allows you to be comfortable and figure out what comfort means to you. And I mean objectively, for you. How do I say objectively for an individual? The reasonable person standard. Use that and you're fine, right? Because if you tell me comfort for you is you making $500 million, I'm going to say you're lying, right? So that's not what I mean. I'll continue to super chat like I'm a billionaire. Please don't. Please, please. So the reason I don't like super chat is because I don't feel like YouTube deserve half. Did I? Prince Patty told me to make a Venmo for my channel, and I did make that Venmo, but I don't know what the I don't remember what I don't remember what the username is. Prince Patty, if you're here, I sent it in the group chat. Please put it there. I don't know where it is. I don't remember the name of my Venmo. If I will do it. All right. So I don't believe in selling people a dream. The dream that you're being sold is that there is a 10-step process to wealth or a 5-step process to wealth, or how many ever. Some have 100-step process to wealth. There isn't. That's not true. And no amount of reading is going to get you there. Actually, no amount of, is this bad? I don't want to say it like this. No amount of law of attraction is going to get the community out of poverty. Like it's just not going to happen, right? So what can be done, and how do we think about capitalism on an individual level? The reason I don't really like the video essayist is like everyone is like capitalism bad, patriarchy bad, America bad. And it's like, okay, but you are not leaving. You're still here. You're making money. You're literally trying to create a life for yourself that you want. So if all of this is bad, and even if I agree with you that it's bad, why aren't you not telling me how to be better and do better? And that's where I have a problem. It's like I'm going to make money railing against a system that I'm benefiting from by railing against the system. Nah, I'm good. You can keep that. So before I move on, let me just pop every bubble by giving my advice. If you guys came to my seminar where we talked about doing well in university, you've already heard this. But I'm going to just do this quickly. And I just realized that I'm still on the first slide for Black capitalism. But I didn't realize I had so much thinking to do. And this is me writing it. I will come back and write it. All right. When I was in uni, I was very, very, very good at getting A's. It's not because I was smart or better than any student or whatever. Well, I was a better student than most, but it's not because I was smart and knowledgeable about the subject. It was because I knew how to get A's. I made connections. I showed up to class. I showed up to my professor's office hours. I worked really, really hard. I found mentors. I made study groups. I was early. I was prepared. All of it. If I had to do a percentage, working hard, that is studying and all of that stuff, was 60% of what I did. Everything else was to help me push over the edge. Because if I made an 89, it should be pushed to a 92 or 3 because of how much the professor sees me and thinks that I'm amazing. It is what it is. Cheap trick. I don't care. I can tell you to work hard. I can tell you to study more. I can tell you to be better. I can tell you how to negotiate. The truth is, you won't. The reason you won't is your brain is incentivized to seek comfort, which is in a lot of ways regression. I know this for a fact because as an RA, well, the psychological study, but as an RA, when a resident would come to me and they say, hey, I didn't do well last semester. How can I do well next semester? I would say, oh, what was your GPA? They meekly told me, what did you do? They told me, oh, I didn't study. How do you think you can improve? Oh, I can study more. I say, okay, let's stop and let's go back and go in detail about what you did. It never fails. They would get frustrated within the first 30 minutes of me trying to be detailed about how they got to where they got to because they think if I can tell myself I want an A and I say, oh, all I have to do is study hard. Yeah, no, all you had to do last semester too was study hard. You didn't do it last semester and you're not about to do it this semester because you don't just flip on a light and start studying hard. Yes, it's possible, but it's not likely the outcome for you. So what you're going to do, and it has not failed, is you're going to say, I'm going to study really hard. And then you're going to study for the first month. You're going to regress at some point. You're going to make a mistake. You're going to forget. And instead of just forgiving yourself and then continue to try to study hard, you are just going to go back to the person you were and get the grade you continue to get. That's just kind of how it works, right? That's because we're on autopilot. Incremental changes are the best ways for self-improvement. That is my capitalist advice for everyone. You look at what you do. Someone said something. You look at what you do, you take stock of what you do, you be as detailed as you can about how you engage in what you engaged in, and then you make a plan to do better, not to get, if you made a 2.5 the first semester, you're not about to make a 4.0 the second semester. You could, but to convince yourself that you're about to make that 4.0 and you're going to do what it takes to make that 4.0, you're already setting yourself up for failure. It is what it is. Do what you think you can. I'm not telling you you're not great. You're probably better than I am, but it's not going to happen. So incremental changes is how I move. And by the end of the year, hopefully you'll be better, be a better student, because your mind is going to want to go back to what it knows, and that is how we operate. So, personal story out of the way. Truly insightful, Themis. Oh, Albert J, thank you. You've been a member for 8 months. Why did I say all of that? First, I wanted to do what I don't think these I don't want to be attacking leftists. This is what or people on the right. That's not it's not an attack. It's a frustration within this capitalist, patriarchal, sexist, whatever system. All of it might be true, but people need equipments to operate in that system to do well. If you say the system is bad and we shouldn't be operating within that system, I'm going to call BS. The reason I'm going to call BS to that is because you are currently trying to live your best life within that system. Stop saying we need to overthrow the system and tell me how to live well in the system. Then we can talk about whether or not we should be overthrowing the system. I don't like the idea that people are just out here saying, oh, as a socialist and a leftist, I'm going to do that. No, absolutely not. It's completely useless to me and my life currently when there are people who are depending on me. I don't like it. I find it really, really annoying. But more than annoying, there's no real advice in it. And so, yeah, the video essayists and I have a problem. They don't know I have a problem with them, but it is what it is. All right. That being said, the idea that you are just going to affiliate market your way to success is absolutely ridiculous to me. That don't make sense to me. The fact that you think you're going to make money without really ever doing any work, passive income is a whole scam. And it's interesting because all these passive income gurus are making a ton of money off of people trying to make money. So the poorest of the poor, the most desperate people are paying thousands of dollars to literally learn nothing, right? And it's interesting because the people who I think are smart, which are the video essayists, I think could actually provide meaningful insight on how people can better their life, even within the system that they hate. I find it absolutely annoying because you are leaving people to be scammed by, because everyone wants to know how to improve, you're leaving them to be scammed by these coaches that literally provide nothing. They just upsell you when they give you something free. I find that horrendous. So my conversation about capitalism is one, on a broad scale, yeah, we can argue about the system and how exploitative it is. I'm not going to fight you on it. It is what it is. You're living in it. You're a hypocrite. I'm living in it. I'm not that much of a hypocrite because I'll admit that I don't completely hate capitalism. Now, I need you who hate it to act like you do and stop benefiting from it. If you're not about to do that, I don't want to hear it. Mistress Nurse Fancy, welcome to the producer level member. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So that was the introduction. That was the introduction. Let's get into the slide though. All right. So this idea of eat the rich came up. I just talked about my own realization. I talked about hypocrisy. I'm not about to do that again. You are not a billionaire in the making, sorry. And then I want to ask about the new system. So when I open the panel up, you guys will be able to come on. I just realized I don't need these slides because apparently my brain is just that good. All right. So, I really love this closet. Girl, wait. So, this is actually quite funny. I am the worst. So I took a picture off of YouTube, not YouTube, Google, to put on here because we're going to talk about, I wanted to talk a little bit about wealth porn and why it's terrible and blah, blah, blah. And I look into this closet. Well, this looks like a store, but I look here and I'm like, I would like that. I would definitely like this. This is beautiful. I can't. Yo, I can't even lie. This is like it. This is like all of this is my aesthetic. Like, I am not flamboyant. I'm not showy in terms of my presentation of self. So, like, in period, but this is we called it on here the other day, the dark academia. aesthetic, but like professional, I'm here for it. Um, Asan says leftists mainly made capitalism a bad, yeah, and I think that's yeah, agreed. All right, wait. Let's step back because there is no reason I should be so obsessed with that closet. So let's go to something that I wanted you guys to see. And this is what's her name? Rihanna, if I can find it. Rihanna was at Harvard Law, not law, but Harvard School. I think it might have been the business school. And I want you guys to hear a part of her speech because I think it's fascinating. So let's play part of this.
Never thought I'd be able to say that in my life, but it feels good. Thank you, Dr. Counter. Thank you to the Harvard Foundation, and thank you, Harvard University, for this great honor. Thank you. I'm incredibly humbled by this, to be acknowledged at this magnitude for something that, in truth, I've never wanted credit for. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I remember watching TV and I would see these commercials and I was watching other children suffer in other parts of the world. And, the commercials where you could give 25 cents and save a child's life and I would think to myself, like, I wonder how many 25 cents I could save up to save all the kids in Africa. And I would say to myself, like, when I grow up and I can get rich and I'm gonna save kids all over the world. I just didn't know I would be in the position to do that by the time I was a teenager.
Okay, so Rihanna is rich, and she is rich, and she's letting us know that she's rich. And everyone was making videos about this. And I actually have a different take, I think. Selling My System just came up when Grant Cardone said he focuses on black men under 40 since they pay him the most to learn to be like, ooh. So Rihanna is rich. And one of the things I do actually think we should consider is success in the community, how we think about success, because even I am guilty of this. I see Rihanna, I see Beyonce, I see Jay-Z, I see people being rich, and I'm like, yes. And in some ways, I live through them. I'm saying they're successful, not that I can be as successful, but that some of us made it. And I think we also make moral judgment about people based on how much money they have. I don't think this is right. I do think we fundamentally need to rethink what we think success is. A person who wants to be a social worker, for example, is fulfilled and therefore they are successful in their own right, and their voice should not be different and perceived different than someone who is extraordinarily wealthy. And how much wealth is too much wealth? Before we answer that question, and I'm going to drop the link again, I want to go to Jay-Z because Jay-Z was on what do you call this thing? Was it Twitter? And Twitter obviously is trying to follow Clubhouse, right? And this is what Jay-Z said. I think this is fascinating because Jay-Z said a lot of things and said nothing all at once. But let's play.
That you speak of, it's just real and it's happening in real time, and I'm talking about it. And we're not going to stop, and we're not going to stop talking about it. They're not going to trick us out of and make us feel ashamed to be successful in a place that set up a system for us to be dead at 21. Now it's like you know, eat the rich and think, man, we're not stopping. So that evolution is, you know, from us, you know, we came from selling 7 records and selling records out our trunk, and, you know, no radio play. And I think Reasonable Doubt did 36,000 the first week or something like that. I may be adding a little to it, you know. So, you know, I come from Marcy Projects. In my first house, 615 Lexington Avenue, my grandmother's house, 7 families lived. Like, she has 7 kids. My mother and, you know, my parents and siblings lived in that house. My aunt Niecy lived in that house. Hootie lived in that house. Butchie lived in the basement. I mean, this is one house. I went back to that house. I did an interview with Oprah, and I couldn't believe how small this house was, that all of us lived in that house. So again, yes, yeah, we're not gonna stop. You know, the hip hop is young. We still growing, and we're not falling for that technology, whatever, you know, this public puts out there now. That, you know, before was the American dream. Pull yourself out of bootstraps and you can make it in America. All these lies that America told us our whole life. And then when we start getting it, they try to lock us out of it. They start inventing words like, you know, capitalist and, you know, things like that. I mean, you know, we've been called nigger and monkeys and shit. I don't care.
They start inventing words like like capitalism. All right, look, I put them both out there. I'm going to ask this question when you guys come up here, and the question is, how much money is too much money? And is it wrong to be counting other people's pockets? Can someone actually be worth billions without exploitation? I do want that in the back of our mind, because while I do agree that we should be able to live comfortably and benefit of the work that we put in, I also recognize that a tremendous amount of exploitation has to exist for someone to be upwards of $1 billion. Absolutely not. Now, if you're going to come up here and say, well, it's not them, it's their company, it's asset, it's net worth, I don't want to hear it. You can keep that to yourself. There is no way you get to $1 billion without straight up exploitation. If you can, please explain that to me. But am I against billionaires existing? I have not come to a conclusion on that, right? I think about P. Diddy when I think about exploitation, because it's the most obvious, reportedly, example of what it means to become a billionaire in the exploitation of other people's labor to make your pocket bigger, right? So I think that is important. What is not important is these video essays. So I'm going to play FD Signifier in a moment, because absolutely not. Let me play it and then we'll talk. Gia says, he speaks like a true Pisces man. Really? I don't know what it is. Someone said all billionaires are sociopaths. All right, let's hear what FD Signifier had to say about Black capitalism. And he was talking about Beyonce. Now, do you guys remember when Beyonce came out with her Renaissance album and she sampled Khalees, but she didn't tell Khalees because Khalees didn't actually own the Milkshake song, and so Beyonce did what she did legally to get the rights to it. Pharrell apparently stole Khalees's catalog. I don't know. And Beyonce was able to access it through Pharrell because legally she can. Khalees came out, complained about it. Beyonce, even though she didn't legally have to, removed Khalees from it. Let's talk about Black capitalism and why it won't save us by FD Signifier, because I thought this was absolutely wrong. I'm not even going to hide my hand here. Let's do it.
Beyonce single-handedly changed the way music was released. In 2013, when music used to be released on Tuesdays, Beyonce said, nope, real time do it is Fridays at midnight. Instead of Beyonce using power and wealth to put pressure on Pharrell. Even just an announcement. Khalees is right. The contract she signed when she was 19 was exploitative, and she deserves a piece of the art that she made that she has not been able to profit off of.
So his argument here is that Beyonce should have used her platform to pressure Pharrell into doing right by Khalees. I'm confused. Why aren't you dragging Pharrell? Why aren't you dragging Pharrell? Why aren't you blaming Pharrell for his engagement with Khalees? You're blaming Beyonce for taking the legal channels necessary to use a song that she was legally allowed to use and then remove the song when Khalees complained, even though she didn't have to. I think she did her a solid by removing it. But let's talk about platform for a moment and accountability and holding people accountable. When you went on the Manosphere's channel and you are engaging with the Manosphere and you are babying them, could it not be said about you that with your influence, you could actually make an impact instead of agreeing with everything that the Manosphere said? It seems odd to me that you're holding Beyonce to a higher standard than you would hold yourself. Now, I am not mad at you for that. I think you can tell people what to do. If you want to tell them what to do, it's fine. They won't listen. But it's strange that you are arguing that Beyonce should hold Pharrell accountable and not you holding. Why aren't you holding Pharrell accountable? Like, Pharrell is an afterthought in this video about Pharrell, quote unquote, stealing or taking Khalees's catalog. How is he not the center of attention here? Beyonce was not there when Pharrell took Khalees's song, or legal rights to Khalees's song. Was she? I don't know if she was there, but maybe she was. Was Beyonce there? How does she know whether or not is Khalees and Beyonce friends? Do they have each other's number? Like, you would assume that after you go through the legal channels and everything that should happen on the back should happen at the back. Khalees comes out and says some things, and maybe Khalees is right, maybe she's not, I don't know. But Beyonce says, you know what? I'm going to remove her because I don't want this smoke. Let's all collectively drag the men, the people who were involved in the exploitation of artists, if you believe this is exploitation. So if you think that Pharrell is wrong, why aren't we dragging Pharrell? Why are we dragging? Like, I don't understand why we are sidestepping the most obvious issue. These people are exploiting other people. The exploitation happened at the point at which Pharrell took the legal rights to someone else's song. Maybe there was no exploitation. Maybe it was a good contract. We don't know. I haven't seen the contract. Have you? So you're telling Beyonce to get online in front of everyone and say, yeah, Pharrell, you need to pay Khalees. How you know she understands what's happening? Like, I'm so confused. How do you know that Beyonce knows what is happening in their contract? It's easy. Drag Pharrell so Pharrell can come out and explain why he did what he did. He probably did explain it, but I don't care to look it up because I'm not about to listen to it. Prince Petty said, wait, a black man preyed on a young black woman artist and FD made a video to hold separate black women accountable for that black man who preyed on that black woman. So Beyonce should be accountable. Look. No. We're not done with this analysis because I think this exemplifies part of the problem because FD, y'all are not going to tell me differently. I think FD is a smart man. I think he's growing his channel. He came on here. He had the utmost respect for me. I think in our conversation, it went lovely, nothing too rah-rah. But it's very strange to see this kind of energy. But let's get back to the capitalism point. And we know FD is against capitalism, right? So let's hear how he justifies sui sponte, his own capitalism.
And we need to do better. Something, whatever it is, something that light wouldn't have been like ideal, but it would have been at least an argument in support of the fact that when you get rich black people, they use their influence to support liberation. That would have at least done something. Beverly says all she had to do was lean on that nigga, poke him, something. That would have supported the argument that it's black excellence that's going to save black people. But she didn't do that. What Beyonce did was just take Khaleesi's piece off the song. And so what that does is that kills the issue. Because there's no issue now, there's no conflict. And a week after that, we had the shit with Irv Gotti and Ashanti, and it's the same thing. And this is why Beyonce and Jay-Z didn't agitate the situation. They didn't push the envelope how they should have, especially considering the power they had. They didn't push the envelope here because they know that if they advocate for...
They didn't push the envelope. They didn't. I agree with him now. If you're saying, let's say that Pharrell is wrong and Beyonce knew Pharrell was wrong, right? Let's say that. This is something I'm conceding without proof, right? Couldn't the same thing be said about your interaction with the manosphere? Like, let's be clear. Couldn't the same thing be said about FD's interaction with the manosphere, about holding people accountable? I find this odd that, all right, I'm not done because the capitalism point has not been made yet. So we're going to continue to watch to get to the capitalism point. Please remember to like the video, share, and subscribe.
Khalees to get the rights to her art. Woo, Jay-Z and all his boys got to come up off bags. All of them do. Because the biggest hustle in hip hop, especially in the 90s and 2000s, wasn't to release your own records and release your own music, but it was to sign other artists and own their music. It was legit, just straight up capitalism. It was owning the means of production, not actually working. Memphis Bleak, Freeway. Put them in the chat, y'all. Put them in the chat. Memphis Bleak, Freeway, Chris and Neef, Black Rob under Puffy. Like so many of our favorite rappers or favorite rap songs in that whole era, so many of my favorite rap songs from my era, right? These dudes did not get no money. These dudes died, a lot of these dudes, Black Rob died broke. Craig Mack died broke. Puffy's one of the worst ones. So many of them. And they're all telling their stories now. Like you can't go a week without a rapper from the 90s and early 2000s talking about how insert hip hop legend here, insert black excellence, black billionaire here, jerked them out of money by making them sign a contract and not renegotiating the contract to get some of that money back. So all of these people were doing this in the 90s and 2000s. And Khalees is just one of many. Khalees is just music landlords. Thank you. Where'd it go? That was perfect. Music landlords. That's basically what it is. And so the whole point of me talking about this is not to denigrate Beyonce, disrespect Beyonce in general or Jay-Z explicitly, but to just point out that, and to quote Kim Foster, we are not going to LLC ourselves to liberation. Get your money. I know I'm getting my money. I be talking to folks on the low. A lot of black creators I connect with. I'm like, yo, don't let them demonetize your shit. If you can hold off and get that monetized, do it. Because like we still got to eat. I'm not saying give up your checks, but that's for labor. That's for a creation I made. I'm not about to start like one of the first things I had people telling me when I started like getting serious and big. People said, yo, the real money in YouTube is to start a network under you as an umbrella. I'm like, you mean a record label, my nigga? A YouTube record label? You want me to be Suge Knight on YouTube? Death Row videos? But it's true. And there's people out there that do it. You look at like the Fine Brothers were one of the main culprits of that. You can start a whole bunch of channels under an umbrella and get a whole bunch of people employed and make a lot more money for a lot less effort. You too can be a capitalist if you want. But understand, if that's what you do, don't try to make your capitalist grind into some type of liberation ethos, because it's not. It's not. I love Beyonce. I love Jay-Z. Both legends.
That is straight up hypocrisy. And I say this to every single YouTuber who claims that, well, first making money, doing it as a business. If you're claiming that, oh, it's about liberation, whatever, I'm not saying you can't make money while you do it, but you're engaging in capitalism. Like you're a capitalist. You're selling something. You are engaging in this way. You're trying to better your life. You said, I do it. My children have to eat. I respect that. I respect that honesty. But you are unwilling to sacrifice your platform, but Beyonce and Jay-Z should. because you just know for a fact that if they put that tweet out, the whole world is not going to come after them. You just know that. I am not saying he's wrong about what Beyonce and Jay-Z's social responsibility is. I don't know what their social responsibility is, and we are going to talk about that when we open the panel up. But I find it odd. I find it really, really strange that you're asking people to do things that you would not do yourself. That's all. Now let's get to Kimberly, because while I disagree and I find this straight up hypocrisy, I don't think he's a hypocrite. Let's be clear. I'm talking about his argument. I don't know him personal. This is not a personal attack. I am done with whatever, all those caveats. It don't matter. Let's go to For Harriet. For Harriet's critique, I agree with. For Harriet's critique of Beyonce and billionaires was grounded better. And this is why. And something that I've grown to respect, I didn't like it in the beginning, but something that I've grown to respect about Kimberly Nicole Foster is that she, on her Instagram, has been very intentional about putting out the fact that she's living her best life. She's living her best life. And I think in living her best life, I can appreciate her doing this. There's some things I wish she would say, but I'm not going to control other people's speech. But the way she critiques Jay-Z and Beyonce and the clip from Twitter, I thought it was really important and good. So let's hear Kimberly do what needs to be done, I guess.
You guys, it's just okay. So the first thing that we have to talk about how disconnected are from the conversation of people to have no understanding of why sentences like "eat the rich" are popular. The news? Do you read newspapers? Are you on media? Do you have no engagement with people who make less than $500,000 a year? Probably not. Actually, probably not. Yeah, that is crazy to me. So there's one. Okay, who are you surrounding yourself with? Who are you talking? And then there's two. Of like Black people down making games years ago, talking about how out of step, because basically he is saying that for a long time the shiny suit companies in 2000s, yes, those images of excess, of opulence, of more, that was the center of young Black people's political orientation. It fit perfectly in with where Jay-Z was, what his aspirations are. But now, as we get 20 years later, 30 years later, more and more young Black people are looking around and saying, wait, whoa. Capitalism.
Joan said, I'm going to replay it. Sorry. Someone said it's freezing. It's going too fast. I'm going to slow it down and go replay it. FD is completely correct. He's only getting blamed because he picked on poor billionaire Beyonce. No, he's not. Because Kim is going to critique them. And I actually agree with Kimberly's critique. I'm not saying I disagree with, well, no, I am saying I disagree with FD. And I disagree with FD because I don't know why you're telling people what to write and what to put out there, right? Like, that's ridiculous. If you're going to drag Beyonce and Jay-Z, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I will drag whoever I want. I say do it with integrity. And that's just that on that. I didn't know you were still here, but period.
About is one, how disconnected are you from the conversations of everyday people to have no understanding of why sentiments like "eat the rich" are popular? Do you not watch the news? Do you read newspapers? Are you on social media? Do you have no engagement with people who make less than $500,000 a year? Probably not, actually. Probably not, because it's everywhere. Yeah, that is actually really crazy to me. So there's one, what are you doing all day? Okay, who are you surrounding yourself with? Who are you talking to? And then there's two, the idea of they all of a sudden just invented words like capitalist to bring Black people down, to make rich Black people ashamed. Do you have access to books? Like, this shit is so crazy to me. Okay, so the first thing that I have to bring up here.
No. It's not about having just about ownership over your labor. It's about the value in the labor that you provide and how much wealth one can and should hoard. In fact, if you're saying it's just about ownership of your labor, then we're going to talk about the infrastructure for you to actualize the value in your labor and how you value that. And maybe capitalists do have an argument about providing infrastructure, i.e., contracts and the recording studio and promotion. Maybe those 360 deals aren't so bad. I know for a fact that's not what you're saying. So when you come up here, Bay Area Love, and say, oh no, it's about ownership over your cat, no, then any excess should probably go back to the community right now. They're capitalist and they're saving too. They call it hoarding. It is what it is.
Is I have to shout out David Dennis, who wrote this article a couple of years ago talking about how out of step Jay-Z's politics are with where young Black people are. Because basically he is saying that for a long time, the shiny suit, pop bottles, 90s and 2000s, yes, those images of excess, of opulence, of more, that was the center of young Black people's political orientation. It fit perfectly in with where Jay-Z was, what his aspirations are. But now, as we get 20 years later, 30 years later, more and more young Black people are looking around and saying, whoa. Capitalism is not this source of pride and optimism. Capitalism is not how people's dreams come true. Capitalism steals dreams. How have y'all spent the last 2 decades co-opting Black radical imagery, wording, icons, and y'all have never engaged with the actual work of Black radicals? How is that possible? And you know what? Usually I keep Beyonce out of it. Usually I do. But how are y'all laying up next to each other after the 2016 when Beyonce invokes the Black Panther Party at the Super Bowl with that, sexy Black Panther iconography, after Judas and the Black Messiah, and y'all not doing no reading. Y'all not picking up Women, Race, and Class. Y'all not reading the autobiography of Assata Shakur. Y'all not reading the work of Kwame Ture. You're not even engaging deeply with the work of Martin Luther King, the most accessible Black radical. Let's bring this up. The forgotten socialist history of Martin Luther King Jr. King believed.
We don't have to go any further. What I do agree with her is that it seems like Black radical movement is more of an aesthetics for Beyonce and Jay-Z than it is an actual philosophy that they believe in. I agree with that. Completely. No critique at all. Like, maybe there's critique if when I finish the video, but I think this is facts. I don't think that there is not enough money you can donate to HBCUs and getting people out of prison. Sure, they're doing this behind the scenes, but like in front of us, we see a Malcolm X performance, a Black Panther-esque performance at the Super Bowl. We see a Lemonade album. We see invocation of Malcolm X and MLK's words. Like, I am going to want more than an aesthetics. Like, I agree with this. And at $1 billion, you're not going to convince me that you can't do more. The difference here is, I will say, if you have it, you should be helping other people. And I believe that. I don't believe in hoarding an excessive amount of wealth. Now, the question is, what is an excessive amount of wealth and why do certain people have it? And should certain people have it? We're going to get into that. I am not here to argue with you all about whether or not being a content creator and making a ton of money online is akin to capitalism. You can make the mental gymnastic you want to make in your mind on your own. You are hiring out editors, or you paying them what they are worth. You are oh no, that's what they negotiated. Well, even in the labor force, that's also what you negotiated. You're making tons of money making videos, which is a lot of work, but mind you. But certain people, when you've become a certain size in terms of content creation, you start making excess. And we're talking about profits, private ownership of quote unquote labor, and how much you make from that. You're not going to tell me that they're not talking about how much people make. And when a lot of money is too much money, and also about who should use their platform to check whom. Because FD was specifically talking about Beyonce being big enough to check other people. I would argue that in the sphere, he's big enough to check other people that he want to check. We've seen him done it, just not to the manosphere. We've seen him done it to other groups of people. So let's get into it. I mean, we seen it. He did it to Kidology. Like, we're not gonna pretend like we didn't see that he was like, Kidology, you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. Blah 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 blah. Right? Whether or not he's right or wrong for doing that is not my argument. My argument is he knows when and how and who to check. So yeah, no, get out of my chat box with that foolishness. Like, I'm not doing that. Let's continue. I want to continue my
that a multiracial
people are, like, I just don't understand why people are intent on just lying. Actually just gonna skip over this part because let's open the panel again, because apparently people are upset in the chat. Before we get everyone else to come up here, can the people who have disagreements come? I am by the way going to remove people who are engaged, I believe, to be engaging in bad faith. Like, I'm not about to sit here and argue with someone just for the sake of argument. So this is for Consent. I'm going to let you up now, but this is for people who were having a problem.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hold on one second.
All right.
I can hear you now. This is for people who what?
No. I said you can come up. Thank you for your slides. They were great. I appreciate that. I wanted to hear from people who disagreed with me first, but let's just start this conversation and see where it ends up. What do you have for us?
I don't know if I disagree or agree with you.
No,
but I will
that's fine.
say that for me, the capitalism argument around Beyonce is multi-layered, because when we think about the billionaires, there are people who do research into this, and they do find, to your earlier point, that you can't be a billionaire in the way that the economy is meant to be set up. Economics is supposed to be about trading for value. At a certain point, you can no longer add value to the proportion to which you're taking away from us. And the Elon Musks of the world, the people the Kanyes of the world who lose billions of dollars worth of value, that is economy crashing money to be moving around. And
Wait,
so
one second. Creating and doing labor is not capitalism. It can be a part of capitalism. That is a random statement. Making money isn't capitalism. It could be a part of capitalism. Again, not sure what you're saying there. Monetizing your channel is not capitalism. It could be capitalism. Exploitation is capitalism. I mean, one could argue that that's not necessarily true. So, I mean, I would argue that there is some exploitation that happens within capitalism, but okay. Sorry, Concern.
Yeah, where was it? Oh yeah. So the billionaire problem, right? Billionaires cannot add value to the proportion to which they are taking from us. And so when you have economy crashing based off of your behaviors, we are now completely dependent on these little demigods to keep up our economy. And I don't care if it seems like it's unfair to them. There are more people that it's unfair to, and that's us. And I think about the fact that not only can we not afford it, right? But they don't actually benefit. At some point, it becomes a measuring contest between them. Like, does it really matter if you're this first or second? You can't even, richest man on the world, you can't even buy, more. You're not buying more shirts. You're not benefiting anyone else. You're not benefiting even yourself at that point.
Yeah,
It's
but I
ego.
think the argument isn't about who you're benefiting when you're starting to hoard wealth. What is the topic and question? I came a little late. And question. We're talking about capitalism generally. Sorry.
Yeah. To finish the points, I think that that whole capitalism and patriarchy, which is deeply connected to it, right? The patriarchy is the idea that you have to, and you have to pursue masculinity. That is ownership. That is dominion. That is all the above. It turns into somebody. I can hear myself.
I turned it off.
Okay.
It was is it Rochelle or Rochelle? I think Raquel.
Rochelle.
All right, good, Rochelle.
Yeah, almost done. I'm about to wrap up. But the shiny object syndrome that the rest of us have that makes us give away our wealth and give it to people who are exploiting us is because of them hoarding. It's because of us feeling so under the thumb. When there was more middle class for us to aspire to and have meaningfully healthy and balanced lives where we were able to get all of our needs met and be able to take advantage of the benefits of this earth, because this earth is awesome and we have a lot of things we could benefit from. When back in those days, I don't think we would have been as susceptible as to the Andrew Tates of the world, because a lot of time in the patriarchy and in the capitalism world that comes from it, people are so desperate for anything that they're willing to fall for anything if they can get they think it's going to make them money. And a lot of times it's not only just men within our community that fall from it, it's also fall for it, it's men overall. Like until there's a eat the rich moment, until somebody comes out with pitchforks.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. Yeah, I agree. Chris, you're muted if you're trying to talk, Chris. All right, Chris is muted. There might be something wrong. You have to come off mute. Black Love, go ahead.
I'm gonna more side with you more than anything. In terms of what you were talking about with FD signifiers and his language, I feel like sometimes people who are on the left have, I think the term is called luxury belief, and that they are selling you an idea of the world while they themselves don't live it, right? It can fall along the lines of like saying that marriage is a patriarchal institute that gives no benefit to women, it keeps women enslaved. But when you look at the numbers, they're the people who are most likely to get married. They're the people who are most likely to get the benefits of marriage, the security of marriage and everything. And they often just kind of like sell this lie to like people in the most desperate positions, right? Like if you're like in the bottom of society, you know how much of a security families are, right? Especially a 2-parent household, right? They can like keep you inoculated from certain structures, right? And so often I feel like the problem with leftists is they fetishize marginalized people's misery because that's a shield that they can carry, that's a shield they can have to reap their own benefits, right? So somebody who's a socialist will say it's like, hey, I'm fighting for marginalized people so that we can all get like better working conditions, right? Even though the working conditions won't necessarily translate to the most marginalized people.
I am thinking that it is in good faith, but sometimes it bothers me because it's like, it bothers me because it's almost like, it's just like, in the way we're thinking about poverty porn, it's like victimhood porn. It's like, just like, oh my God, you're bad, we can't do anything about it, blah, 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 right? And to some extent, I accept the system and the intense pressure and lack of mobility for a lot of people. But it just feels inappropriate when you're you are currently trying to make a ton of money. You're trying to make money. You're trying to improve your own life. And you're doing so by telling other people that, yeah, the system is broken and we are not about to give you any solutions about how to move forward.
Yeah, or even the why isn't the advice to engage with capitalism the most ruthlessly as you can, right? Why is the advice always to disengage and then also support my channel? Like,
yeah,
it's a frustration, right? At least for FD signifiers, like, hey, like he'll acknowledge that like the lower class doesn't have the power ability to be able to like fight capitalism. It's like, great, then like give me an advantage to how to be better here. But you never talk about that. You don't care about that.
Yeah.
You care about this system, this nebulous system that's like inhuman and that nobody can really like control.
The reason I use FD signifier as opposed to anyone else is I do have a certain level of respect for him. It's just weird because it's like, it seems the respect is complicated because like I think the Black men online want leadership, and I don't know to what extent it's going to be him. And I would want him to be the best leader he could be if he's about to like lead. It's just weird to see because it's just like, it feels like you're prescribing solutions for other people to engage in, but you are not willing to do it yourself. And I don't like that. I don't like when it feels like you are not about to do things that you're telling other people to do. It feels inauthentic. Okay. So when I go ahead, Koja.
I actually don't have a problem with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and maybe it's the optics. I don't know what their true business portfolio is, but it's kind of viewed as entertainment. Yeah. Whereas we're not giving that smoke to the people who really got their foot on our neck, and it's not the entertainment industry. I would liken it to solar. You know, we no longer have phone booths anymore because in a true capitalism, demand dictate the market. Some businesses rise while other businesses fall.
Yeah, I do agree. Someone said capitalists are those who own the means of production, not those who work in it. I didn't. Did I say he was? I mean, to be fair, it is about the buying and selling and private ownership ultimately. But if you're saying that you are not a capitalist, if you're so you're saying, wait. So you don't think large YouTubers are capitalists? Like, I don't understand. Go ahead. Sorry, Roja. Not you. I was reading the comment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Can I give? Oh.
I don't think Koja was finished. Koja can finish, and then you can go back, Black Love.
I think America has a very structured system to give the appearance of capitalism. And with that, you have to have a segment that are driving, and this is what happens. But Jay-Z, I don't know. I don't think they're the problem. It's these utilities companies that literally should go the way of the phone booth. Like, how can a company make 141% profit, go to your legislature and say they need an increase to sponsor their solar initiative, when you and I, any other person, if we had profits, we would have to reinvest our profits in our own businesses. So they never take a true risk anymore. And they have ingratiated, they're still a for-profit company, but they have these invisible ties with our government that erodes it. So it's not a true capitalism, because if I start to take some risk when you're increasing your prices just to create this solar, which we really don't have a need for. We really don't have a need for the insurance companies, because there is nothing that prevents us from having our own solar and our own solar grid on our own, in our yards, on apartments, in schools. But the public utilities company says, no, we're going to do solar for you. So if you have your own solar, we pay the legislature, so you have to tie into our grid and send your solar to us, what you collect with your equipment, and we could give you a few pennies back. But if you go over it, then you still have to pay us. And you still have to pay us a service fee when they're literally not needed anymore. They can literally go the way of the phone booth, the telephone booth. So those are the insidious capitalisms that they talk about that we don't really get. Jay-Z, Beyonce, not an issue.
Yeah, wait, you were borging a little bit. I think I heard some of that, but was that only me? Black Love, I think you were next. Did you hear Kosha?
I heard most of it, but yeah, she was borging a little bit. I think we were having connection issues.
Let's see the real problem. The eminent domain. They come and they take your land and they don't even have.
Oh, I guess you got disconnected.
All right, Kosha, wait, Kosha, if you're hearing me, your audio is a bit choppy. I don't know if you just left. But yeah, go ahead, Black Love.
I was going to say along that line, that's always the game that's being played, right? What the commenter said, like, oh, he's not really capitalist because he doesn't own the means of production. It's like, well, that's the nebulous term by which every socialistic person uses to say they're not a capitalist or they are a capitalist, right? He owns the means of his production, right? He owns the cameras, he owns the studio, he owns this. He has the capital to be able to like hire editors and everything, right? By every definition, he should be considered a capitalist, but there's always like some wiggle room because he's like some version of self-employed, right? I feel like this is a moot point in this world, right? Most societies today are not pure socialist societies, are not pure like capitalist societies. They're mixed economies, right? I don't see why we need to use like traditional Marxian term to describe like what is obviously a hypocrisy amongst people who are like lefty video essayists.
Yeah, because that allows an exception. Like it allows an exception for them to exploit, and I don't like it. No, own your foolishness.
Yeah.
You two are trying to get rich. You two are trying to make money. You two are trying to do well for yourself and your family. And no, that's not itself. The need is not a capitalist need, but in the framework, you have to engage in capitalism to do that. Unless you opt out of the system. I want to see you in the forest somewhere.
Yeah, and even if he says all of that, I'm pretty sure, like I'm going to call it right now, all of these people have 401ks. All of these people have pensions. All of these people have some type of like retirement securities or some type of mechanism that gives them like some annuity or anything that is connected to the market, right? Like when you get a 401k, that's capitalism right there. You are part owner of a company, right? Like when you put it in like some type like of a retirement investment, mutual fund, any of that, you're engaging in capitalism. You don't even have a choice, really. Like if you have a social security, that's tied to the market. We're all capitalists by that definition.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. This is my fundamental point, and the distinction being made, I think, is kind of meaningless to me because it's only done to separate your kind of revenue and profits from that of Jay-Z and Beyonce. Unless you're going to tell me the amount, I don't want to hear it. Chris was here first, and then Rochelle, and then we can continue to cultural misfit. But Chris, go ahead. I'm an opportunist. I utilize safety nets and build capital, period.
Good.
Chris?
So I think the biggest problem is that there's a certain level of hubris for any one person to tell someone else how much is enough, how much is too much, and this is what you should or should not be using that money for.
Agreed. I mean, I agree with you.
And that's the problem with, in fact, that is the central problem of socialism, is that socialism depends on centralized planning, and for the experts, the technocrats, the enlightened ones, to manage an entire economy based on their better knowledge, their supreme knowledge relative to everyone else. So
but
if you're going to go down that road, you've got to bring the receipts, and you've got to be able to tell me, how much money, how much resources are involved in doing something as simple as a pencil. If you can't tell me all the inputs for building or making a pencil, I can't trust you with an entire economic system.
Wait, I was actually going to push back, but I won't, because I saw people down in the chat like Bay Area Love and Jaren twerking on behalf of socialism. Jaren forgot that he was a whole conservative when he came over here the first time. Anything that I am, he's the opposite of. I am not a conservative, just FYI, neither am I Democrat or liberal. I don't know what else to say, but they're down there twerking. So I'm gonna leave them to come up and talk to Chris about his position, because I'm not about to push back when there are people in the chat who seem to be afraid to come up. But you can go ahead again, Chris.
And just to push back a little bit on the claim that if you are a billionaire, you are inherently guilty of some amount of exploitation or corruption. Again, you have the problem of, okay, well, you need definitions. And I'm not sure that to what extent we can say Oprah or Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, how much corruption they were engaged in order to make their billions.
So wait. So at the basic level, do you think that someone can earn $1 billion?
Is there the potential in a free market? Yes.
No. What earns someone $1 billion?
Curing cancer.
Simply leverage. That's how you make $1 billion. Leverage.
All right. So it's not based on your work. Ultimately, like, you need other people involved in this.
Well, the billions that you receive is a measure of what the market thinks you're worth.
Yes. And when the market thinks you're worth something, you can then charge for that thing. And so you can charge your price. What I'm saying is there an objective measure of worth?
No. That worth is inherently subjective.
Yeah, or what the market decides. So to the extent we are doing like a reasonable blah, I think you're an attorney, then we can say that's objective, but it's still really subjective. In that way, how does someone earn $1 billion?
Well, again, you earn it through leverage, market position.
What do you leverage?
But at the end of the day, it's delivering value.
What do you
leverage? You can't make $1 billion without delivering $1 billion worth of value to the market.
What do you leverage?
You leverage expertise, you leverage ambition, you leverage quality.
How do you measure ambition though? That's where, like, when we talk about leverage and competition and worth, these are three words that were just said. How can those coexist and be equitable when there's so much subjectivity there? Like, I don't.
Well, it can't be by definition.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, it can't be.
It can or it can't?
Can't with a T.
Oh, cannot be.
Oh, okay.
I agree. The idea that you can have equitable distribution within a free market system, you cannot, unless that's just how the market randomly decides to support people. Equitable distribution is not something that you can artificially create in or you cannot organically have equitable outcomes in a free market system. And
All right.
I will
Wait, wait,
grant
so
that
on that
that
note,
is.
wait, no, but on that note, though, when you think about, let me see, the best invention right now, not the curing cancer would be in my mind, like $1 billion thing that you have done, right?
The chances of any one individual being able to do that is unlikely, but to the
But who do
extent
you
that
think?
yes.
But who do you think, practically speaking, would benefit from the most in terms of money from that? Do you think the scientists that might have come up with the what gene therapy? I guess I don't know how you cure cancer because no one has. But do you think that person would, or the owner of the pharmaceutical company? And why should the owner and not the individual receive that kind of compensation?
Well, you're assuming that the individual can't, and I would disagree with that. The individual could, if they are their own boss, they are their owner, then they definitely could. If they are an employee, that is part of the contractual relationship that you have with your employer.
And
An
then
assignment of your intellectual property.
wait. So the contractual relationship there, you wouldn't find that exploitative?
Well, it depends on the terms.
No, the ownership of everything that I produce under your employment becomes yours. Is that exploitative?
Could you say that again?
Is it exploitative? It's a bit paternalistic, the question I'm asking, but is it exploitative to give up a $1 billion invention before you know you are going to come up with that $1 billion invention?
Not if the terms are agreed to and understood by both parties.
So you can sign away something you think fair and square without knowing what the worth of that thing is, or that you're going to be able to develop it before you do it. You believe it's fair to be able to do that. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just asking.
Right. Yes, it is fair. I'd say it's very unwise. If you think you have the potential, then I think that's a bad business decision on your part, but you have every right to do so.
If you have the potential, how do you sustain life if you don't sign said contract?
Right, because remember when you mentioned leverage, right? So that's what was interesting to me, because leverage, do you mean power? So there are going to be certain people in society who have power to even become an owner or have the money to. Someone said in the comment, somebody said, because the owner puts their money up, they accept a certain risk. But everyone who might, like you said, I don't really believe there's one person who's going to cure cancer. Usually it's a team of people or researchers that will probably work together. But let's just say that were the case, those researchers may not be of financial means or even have the connections to take that risk or have that leverage. So now we're talking about people who are already in.
Wait, I would disagree with that. If you're like a group of researchers who is able to cure cancer, guess what? You can renegotiate the context of your employment, right? You could say, hey, I have something that's going to make you $1 billion. I expect like either some stock options or some partial ownership or better royalties. You can do that, right? If not, you could just say it's like, hey, like as an employee, it doesn't mean I'm powerless. I could just burn this piece of paper with a whole to cure the cancer and you get nothing. Like this idea that
I don't know.
No.
Because if that were the case, then
wait, no. Wait, cultural misfit. Chris can answer Black Love and explain to him why that is absolutely wrong.
Sure, you'll get into a lot of legal troubles. I'm not denying that. But this idea that you can't, but this idea that the employee has no leverage, there are tools by which you can renegotiate your conditions, right? It's not like completely zero sum, right?
I guarantee you that if one employee is able to hold a hold hostage an invention, every other employee will do the same thing.
Yep.
And there's no reason why an employer would renegotiate an invention agreement after the fact.
Okay,
Yeah,
Prince
yeah.
literally said
But
what
before
I
we
was trying to
continue,
say. Yeah, like poor
is,
people can't generally leverage like wealthy people. That's what I
yeah.
was trying to say.
Wait, 1 second before we continue. There is a difference between maximizing a financial advantage starting point, generational wealth, nepotism, trust, inheritance, etc., and excelling in supply and demand with budgeting and tax structures. There's a difference. The argument that is happening now, Bezos leverage his employees pay no breaks. Period. The argument that is happening now is not about whether or not capitalism is good or bad, but whether or not someone can earn $1 billion and whether or not it is kind of de facto sort of exploitative. Jaren, I think Nicole hasn't spoken yet. Rochelle?
Hi. You said it right.
Yes. Yay. Go ahead.
So, a quick thing. There was a documentary I watched just a few weeks ago about this doctor in Texas who actually did discover the cure for cancer. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah. There's a legit. Yeah, he found.
Okay, give me his numbers. Okay, I got family I need to help.
I will put, if I can find it again, I'll put the link in the chat. But I watched this
Please.
documentary, and he literally he was doing, I don't know, trials and research and whatnot, and he found.
Every 20 years is a cure for cancer.
But there's like many types. There are a lot of different types of cancer.
Wait.
Like, so which
It's
one?
definitely giving lies and deception. Is it Dr. Sabi? I feel like y'all are trying to bring up Dr. Sabi because I can't.
Okay, I'm sorry I brought it up. I'm sorry.
No, I'm serious. I'm not even joking. I literally saw this like 2 weeks ago. I'm going to put the link in the chat. But he found the cure for cancer. This was a guy in Texas, not a guy, a doctor. And he had studies and basically was like doing it on people who almost like had months to live, if not weeks. And like within a few months of giving them this drug he'd created, they actually were cured. But here's the thing. The reason why you don't hear about him is because the FDA tried to bury him, basically.
I feel like y'all are just up here with conspiracy theories.
No, it's not a conspiracy.
Dr. Sebi. Was it Dr. Sebi?
I think so.
No, it wasn't. I was just kidding. It couldn't have been Dr. Sebi.
I can't remember it. I don't remember his name, but it's a real thing. The FDA actually granted him the ability to have these trials, and he got really far, and they were showing promise. And then, literally a few years into it, because the FDA saw that he was getting great results, they were like, "Oh shoot, this is going to be bad for our business because people buy radiation and chemo drugs. This is going to be horrible for us.
Wait.
Like if we find."
All right, no. So
it is true, and they were.
I cannot continue this.
Oh my God!
No. Can we stop for a second? We're going to move on from this conversation because I don't know where to go with it.
Famous, I'm going to put the link for this documentary in the chat. I'm not crazy. I actually saw this. It's a real thing. The guy's still alive. He's fighting with the FDA. It's a real thing. I'm going to find the link.
All right. Send it to me, and I will definitely look into it.
Okay. Wait. So where do I send it to? Like your email?
Emastone@gmail.com.
Okay. Wait. Before you
to her chat though.
Wait. Before you kick me off, wait. I do have one controversial thing to say though. I personally think that once someone reaches $1 billion, I think they should basically stop being able to make money.
Wait,
think
why? Wait, no, why?
No. Wait, don't interrupt. I want you to finish your
okay,
statement.
personally, I feel like if you're like one family, even if you're one person, like you have, like, let's say 2 kids, a wife, and whatever, a mansion or whatnot, you can never in your lifetime spend $1 billion. Like, it's impossible. Billionaires have so much money that they can never burn through, that it's like, and they're basically draining the rest of us, average to poor middle class people. So I'm thinking, like, why don't we have this thing where basically once you reach $1 billion, you can't earn anymore, and after that, you basically have this kind of like, okay, it's weird, but like this weird, like, kind of lottery type thing where you put like people impoverished in like this kind of lottery type thing where you draw names and you basically give them the chance to earn some money from like a billionaire. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Like,
So
basically,
venture
like,
capital?
Yeah. Like,
No. All right.
like
Shark Tank.
So
diversifying, like spreading out the wealth so you're not hoarding it. It's the reason, like, having like people hoarding wealth is what's causing most of the issues. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to hoard wealth indefinitely.
To be fair, the actual redistribution of wealth would be really strange because, like, people don't. When we say someone is worth $1 billion, they don't have $1 billion to give. It's someone. Hello.
Hello.
I don't know who's. All right. You would have to liquidate assets and to even get to the $1 billion. So, like, and its ownership interest in companies aren't as liquid as one would want to imagine. So I don't this idea that once you start making, I don't think they're like making billions of dollars. I don't think most of the people who are billionaires are quote unquote making billions of dollars. It's the valuation of their company. Or their stock portfolio or something like that. It's not their own sort of bank account. So they're kind of like making billions of dollars. I don't like how that sounds because it feels like we are misunderstanding what is happening in the creation of wealth at that level.
Yeah, I think that we approach this like Scrooge McDuck's pool of gold, and we assume that billionaires have $1 billion worth of gold coins that they go swimming in, and that's not at all the case.
Eat the
So
rich. I'm kidding.
yeah, so I don't, and I think, if we want to talk about the ills of capitalism or the drawbacks, I'll be the first one to concede that there are. But I think we need to come at this from a place of financial and economic literacy, and to understand the difference between corporatism and capitalism, and net worth versus liquid assets, because these are very different things.
Yeah. Agreed. I think most people conceive of even million, like multi-millionaire, upwards of 100, as having that money in the bank, and most of them don't. How do you feel about the corporate ownership of former employees' future labor, i.e., the practice of non-compete, which further monopolizes wealth? I understand non-competes, actually. I am for non-compete, but in a very specific and limited way. Trade secrets are important. Compete, like leaving one IT company that does the same thing and going to another IT company that like function the same way. I would want to limit that, but I should be compensated. Or the employee should be compensated for how you're going to limit that. Ask me how much and what that entails. I don't know, but I would have to look over a specific contract. But I'm generally pro non-compete. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but yeah.
Hey, Themis. Do
Who
you
is that?
think it's cultural misfit?
Mm-hmm.
So,
After you, then we go to Jaren, and then I want to do popcorn, but I feel like it's going to get chaotic. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was thinking about the question you were asking. Basically, can you be a billionaire and, or I guess, can you be wealthy and not exploit people? Well, I think that maybe, do you think that people are getting hung up on the connotation by the word exploit? Because that's literally like the definition of exploiting is like to make full use of something, right? And so, in order to revenate that stream of money, you would need workers, you would need this, you would need that. So, you have to make full use of something. I guess, like, if you would say, is it possible to be a billionaire without making full use of, I guess, middle class workers or the working class? Maybe that doesn't
No,
sound as bad
no,
as.
no. When I say exploit, I don't mean make full use. I mean to unfairly take advantage of something or someone. I said unfairly, keyword. If you're fairly taking it, if you believe you can fairly get to $1 billion in period, but I when I say exploit, that's what I mean.
Got it. Yeah, got it.
I think there's one other problem is that we're assuming that capitalism means that companies are just randomly exploiting workers, exploiting the market, exploiting the environment and everything else. And my position is that does not happen in a truly capitalist market. Where
So
you
you would
get that
argue, wait.
exploitation is
So wait.
in.
So you would argue that the U.S. isn't truly capitalist?
No.
All right, fair. If you're saying truly capitalist, you're removing government regulation completely, I'm assuming.
No. What I'm removing is the ability for corporations to engage in rent seeking from the government, to get special favors, get positions of power to where they then get to regulate the market that they're actually engaged in, to the detriment of both the potential competitors and to the consumer.
Wait, so you're not, when you say fully capital, you're not saying completely free market?
So a free market is not devoid of laws. It's not devoid of the ability to enforce contracts or to engage in false and deceptive trade practices.
Yeah, but the companies wouldn't be regulated, right?
It would be a very soft touch regulation that is equally applied across the industry.
Would the soft touch regulation include hours people can work?
I would say it depends on the industry.
All right, so I won't be able to push back because you can just be flexible enough to do it wherever. Like there is no way to push back, because if I say something, you can just say like, oh, well, it depends on that. So it's like, okay, so regulation, good.
So, well, let me put it this way. There are legitimate interests in regulating work hours in industries and occupations that directly, where safety is a direct issue that would affect the not just the market, but the health and safety of the community.
So the market
against catastrophic.
So the market wouldn't regulate itself, and the logical extreme of that is where we are, where people are like, yeah, it's a free market, and what we're doing, the regulations imposed right now, is because use that justification for literally any regulations we currently have.
Yeah, let me put it this way. Personal freedom and economic freedom are inextricably tied together. You cannot infringe on one without infringing on the other. And that's not to say a complete absence of law, but it's to say that the minimum amount of government regulation and touch is preferable to none. And
but again, not everything I say, when you say minimum, it doesn't really matter, because like if I say something that you're like, oh yeah, that can be regulated, and if we do it enough times, we just start over-regulating again or regulating again. Does that
right,
make
and
sense?
I think that the danger is when you allow for the rent seeking, because once you allow the rent seeking, then the powerful are able to shut out competition. They're able to craft regulations that favor the big entities at the expense of the small entities, because
Right,
they can't afford all the compliance.
Okay, so I
Chris,
feel
I
like
mean,
I
go ahead.
feel wait, wait. Oh, I feel like you're packaging like save the wealthy in it benefits the poor. So is that
Well,
what
what
you're
I'm
doing?
saying is don't favor the wealthy. Do not give them the power to regulate themselves. Retain that power to the market. Let the market regulate them. Not use the heavy hand of government to shut out competition.
Well, sure, but Chris, if the market is controlled by the wealthy and powerful, meaning the owners, wouldn't they just regulate themselves? If it's supposed to be regulated by the market, wouldn't they regulate it since they control the market?
Well, when they, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is that they would simply ignore whatever the government says and do what they want. Is that what you're
Well,
getting
no,
at?
you had said that the government should have a light hand because the market will regulate itself, sort of. Is that correct?
More or less, yes.
So I'm saying that if by the market, the financial market, the capital market, if that's controlled by the wealthy and the powerful, the owners of companies, then wouldn't they then control the market and set the rules?
Well, only if you're assuming that the market, the customer, has no agency. And no ability to influence.
What power does a customer have over a company's control and a company's power to regulate itself or regulate the market?
Well, if a company is doing it on their own, the regulation that they can impose is more or less industry standards and practices, because they don't have the power of law to enforce those standards and practices. They rely on the government to do that.
Sure, but I'm saying you're saying that the government should be have less power, have a light hand. How much power would the government even have to do any of that?
Well, the government would have the power and authority to maintain a justice system, ensure access to that justice system, maintain the integrity of that justice system.
But how?
They would have the ability to pass laws.
Less power. You're saying it should have less power, it should have a light hand. How does it have the power to do that? I mean, even today, we say, or you said the justice system, we could say today, the justice system is all screwed up in all sorts of different ways. We have a powerful government. You would say it should be less powerful, and we have this result. So how in this world would we get a better justice system?
Well, I think once you remove the ability for, and this is where there's a huge difference between the idea of corporatism versus capitalism. Corporatism is essentially economic fascism, where it is coordination by the state to guide industry to the benefit of what the state wants the outcome to be. Whereas a free market is based on individual liberty and autonomy, and the power is reserved to the individual, not to the state.
All right,
And
sure.
And
When-
so it's in the
wait,
hands of the individual.
wait.
Okay.
I want to figure something out. So for the free market, do you think these like mandatory arbitration clause would still exist, and why wouldn't they? If not,
well, I would say you would not have the Federal Arbitration Act to begin with. And I think you would get a lot more variety of arbitration. And there would be, you wouldn't have.
wait, I was stop you. Do you actually believe this? Do you actually think the market would like moderate itself in this way? Like, do you actually believe that? Do you foresee monopolies not being created just generally outside of like arbitration and all of that, like towards the employee? Do you think monopoly would exist?
Natural monopolies or artificial monopolies?
I'm going to go ahead and say natural monopolies.
No, natural monopolies would exist.
How do you define natural monopoly? Because I think we might be thinking about two very different things.
Okay, so a natural monopoly is a monopoly where a business simply through innovation or through a very small market size is the only firm that produces that good or service.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas an artificial monopoly would be the example that was brought up earlier about the energy sector, where you can't have your own solar panels, you can't have your own windmills and be on your own grid because there's a at least quasi-governmental monopoly granted to the energy company to run the entire grid for that state.
So it feels like you're going around in circles to just not say that the corporate overlords would come together and just control everything. Because
no, I don't think they would.
If we need supplies, right? If we need things from these people, if the argument here is that if they're selling it at a high price as a consumer, we can go to another person. If they are hiring but they're not paying at the wage we want, we can go to another person, another corporation. What I'm thinking about is these corporations coming together and deciding to set the things that they want to benefit them. Do you think
cartels?
Yeah, well, essentially, do you think that would happen? Because it has in the past, which is why, well, you're an attorney, you know the development of the legal framework around breaking up these you call them cartels. That's not the legal wording for it, but we were thinking under the umbrella of monopolies, but do you think this would just not happen?
Well, the only reason why those monopolies have the power that they do is because they have the authority of the government to engage in predatory monopolistic behavior.
Yeah, this is why I want to go down this road, because then I'm assuming you're saying that can be regulated.
Well, if they don't have the ability to regulate themselves, okay, so here's a good example.
But that's the problem, though, because every time you would be cornered, you can just say, okay, that can be regulated, and so
what I'm suggesting is that it's not that it can be regulated, because the government is not giving them the authority to start the. Okay, so a good example would be dentistry. Most states have an administrative agency that oversees the practice of dentistry, which in theory is fine, except when you understand the origins of occupational licensing were developed to keep competition out. So what they will do is they will decide, okay, who should be the experts running the Department of Dentistry to oversee dentists? Well, they take dentists from that market and they say, okay, you're in charge. They create regulations that artificially limit the ability for other dentists to enter the market so that they keep the cash flow to the already established cartel of dentists. If
the issue is ultimately, like, for me, it's hard to do this conversation, not because you're wrong or right, but because, like, once you can lean into some regulation, you can bend it to whatever you want. So, like, you will never ever be trapped, and your argument will be the right one, because if something happens, you're gonna say, well, that can be regulated, and here is how. And that can be regulated, and here's how, and then we are just regulating everything.
Well, no, I think in a free market system, the regulation would come from, for instance, insurance companies that will say, okay, these are the standards and practices we expect in order to insure you. Or you would get companies like United Laboratories, which provides quality control over electronics.
Is it better that they're doing it because they're experts? Because these agencies do have like an entire sort of commenting process and agent. I mean, I'm not advocating for the foolish bureaucracy, but they do have some of that. So I'm trying to find what differentiate.
The problem is you get ridiculous results, like the idea that African American hair braiders should have to undergo more hours of training than an EMT for hair braiding. No chemicals, just hair braiding.
That's not a problem with regulation. It's the problem with the kind of regulation. And maybe how we come up with regulation.
But it allows for rent seeking, and that's the problem, is once you open the door to the government regulating everything, then there's nothing off limits to regulate.
I mean, there are things that are off limit even now to regulate, but even giving corporations personhood in the legal sense of the word gives it, I don't like this, by the way, but it gives them certain kinds of rights. And I would agree with you on the sort of corporate welfare. I don't like that, particularly juxtaposed to regular welfare, welfare for people. I don't like that exists for corporation, but it feels like in the absence of regulation, you're saying regulate, just like regulate differently. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm with you with regulate differently, but you're not really saying that. You're saying regulate softly, no real regulation, but like, if I'm trapped with an issue that would need regulation, then regulate. And I feel like that's kind of where we are.
I think he's really trying to say more like instead of having the actual capitalists regulate themselves through the conduit of the government, have the government actually regulate. The capitalists cannot infiltrate the government. They cannot lobby. They cannot do anything.
No, that is definitely not what he's saying.
It sounds like that's what he's saying. It sounds like he's saying he wants the market to be free, laissez-faire, have the capitalists regulate themselves, have businesses fail. That's what it sounds like he's saying.
Yeah, but he's definitely not saying the government should regulate without the input of the industry they're regulating. I know he's not saying that.
Well, to the extent that everyone is able to provide comment and suggestions to the government, that's fair. What I would say is supremely unfair is when you have a rotating door between government regulators and big pharma, and the FDA approves drugs for which the FDA members are receiving royalties.
Agreed.
Where you have Wall Street using the Treasury and the Federal Reserve to regulate the monetary markets. And then they come up with the idea, oh, yes, and by the way, we're too big to fail.
Agreed. I think most progressive, leftist, Democrats, Republicans, centrist, libertarian would agree with that. However, that's not the argument for deregulation.
Well, there's a difference between deregulation, which then you can just go in the opposite direction and a different special interest group gets to decide, versus removing the direct ability for those special interests to wield the power of government. Because I'm no more in favor of Halliburton and Boeing having people on defense appropriations or
but what
managing.
You're doing, and I know you're doing this, you're going to very specific cases that hopefully everyone will agree with, because they're right. You are right in that. But you're making judgments and prescriptions that doesn't necessarily relate specific. Like, we can address corruption without saying deregulate. I ask me how, I don't know, but I know we can do that, right? And so it feels like you're shoehorning a very libertarian idea about deregulation under the guise of, well, this is going to help the not so profitable companies still operate and poorer people have access. And it's like, will it though? like will it, and will it be safe? So, like, I mean, that's where I'm getting a little bit of my discomfort. But I will come back to you, Chris. I just realized I've been talking to you for forever, which means we disagree, and it was good conversation. People earning money from billionaires sounds like Hunger Games. She said, "Presidents, no, presidents." No. I just rewatched the Hunger Games last night, by the way. Could this be remedied with the utilization of AI? Remedied. I think I can't see this. Why is my computer freezing? No more utilizing humans. I think the AI brings in a very different problem. But we'll get to that another time. So, a tech worker's sleep valuable than, my goodness, who are you talking to? Concern. I feel like this is aimed at someone specifically. Isn't he describing monopolies and oligo? Yeah, that's what I assumed. Consumers have no power in the face of monopoly. Agreed. There have been corporate price fixing scandal. Yeah, yes. And the anti-monopoly laws were sort of regulations were born out of these monopolies being created. All right, I think Jaren, is it Empress? I think
Empress.
Empress, you go first, and then we go to Jaren for his issues with the conversation thus far.
Okay. I feel as though in either direction, if you go in an extreme route, it's going to be unbalanced and there's going to be issues. So you can't ever take an extremist route. We're going to just completely go capitalist because the system is going to break, no matter which way you go.
Yeah.
So I think the issue is, and I do feel like some regulations, yes, are incorrect, but that's because our government has gotten off kilter. Their focus should be on protecting the environment, their citizens, and that, but they have strayed completely away from it. And it's because of it's more valuable for them as politicians to get these corporate interests to fund even their campaigns. Because look how much campaigns even cost. So, and that kind of is almost like a monopoly between the two-party system and the amount for campaigns and all. That's a monopoly in itself.
Yeah.
So it's
I
not
mean,
really getting, it's not getting the strongest, the smartest, or anything in those small circles. It's just who can you network with? What
they're
party am I
sending their
affiliated with?
criminals.
Exactly. And with the government, there is a basically a rotating door with them going from corporate to government and back and forth because a lot of times they get into the corporations first, learn the backgrounds, the regulations, and everything, and then they go from the corporate to government. So now they know exactly where to aim and be very strategic in what they want to change so that it can benefit them when they go back to corporate.
Gotcha.
So I think that's one of the other issues. It should be where if you are in the governmental, because let's just be honest, these people have guaranteed retirement. Their health care, their retirement, their income is vastly higher than a normal, everyday, regular citizen, which the government should be ran by its citizens.
I mean, technically they are a citizen, but
They
a
are, but
representative.
they're a certain class of citizens.
Yeah, I actually considered a true or real democracy versus a representative democracy, and what the issue is. I actually, I'll tell this story some other time. I don't want to keep everyone waiting. Jaren, your issue.
Well, I was going to say I agree with what Empress was saying, but I disagree with the sort of idea that to not, what was it, to go towards regulation or to go towards capitalism, that either going too far either way will break the system. And I would disagree with sort of the spirit in that I would say that the system is already broken for, I guess, millions of Americans, particularly workers. I mean, it's already broken. I mean, in the news, I mean, of course, the headline was about the train derailment, but I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so walking around Seattle, it definitely looks broken. And so I think that sort of, and so the idea that we don't want to move one way or the other because it'll break the system. I guess we have to ask ourselves, like, who would that break for? Would that break the system of exploitation for McDonald's and go down the line of big companies? Yeah, probably. But I think for, workers or the people, I think it would be a good change to sort of think that, and I mentioned this in the chat, but this is sort of the idea in Mark Fisher's book, Capitalist Realism, that we can't, and it seems to be the conversation that we can't really imagine a world outside of capitalism. We can imagine the world ending or all sorts of things, but we can't imagine like outside of capitalism. There's no alternative. And so all of the ideas are sort of trying to keep it on life support. And I think it'd be better to sort of think outside that alternatives are possible. And just like there's an alternative to
You're boring.
Pardon?
You're going in and out.
Oh, really?
Oh,
is it better
you're
now?
back. Yeah.
Is it better now? I was saying that, of course, I think we can all agree we live in a racist society, we live in a patriarchal society, but that doesn't mean it's indefeatable. It's not inescapable. It's challenging to confront it and combat it, sure. But it's sort of strange that when we talk about capitalism, it seems we can't do anything about it.
Pause. What happened to you? Because, like, you were very Republican when we first met. What happened in those 2 years?
I wasn't. I don't think so.
You were.
What made me Republican?
You told us you were more conservative and Republican, and that Black Lives Matter was a scam or something. I mean, you were right
Thinking
about
Black
that.
Lives Matter is a scam is
Yeah,
No,
no, but you said you were a
I
Republican,
don't.
so
I didn't say that.
you did. So what happened?
I didn't. Pull it up.
Wait,
Pull it up. I didn't say it.
you literally did. I will find it.
Okay.
But are
Well,
we?
we can
I
continue.
feel like you're just a contrarian now.
Is it? It's contrarian to say that.
No. Because it feels like even in the chat, you were against everything that I met you on here. Like you came on the channel when I was very much against the system, still against the system, but I've been focusing on like agency. And now it feels like you're where I was when you're like thinking about systemic issues and addressing systemic issues. Something
No, I would say I've definitely been thinking about it a lot longer than you have. But let's say if what you're saying was true, it's not. I mean, is that a good or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. No. It's a good thing. But I just want to like change like this tend to not just happen. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know why or how if you understood.
There's
Or
no
you just
change.
grew as a person.
There's no change.
Trump was you defended Donald Trump.
What did I say?
I don't remember.
All right. Okay.
Nope, you said he wasn't a bad president. I only said I don't remember to see if you would just say you didn't.
I don't. I mean, we can talk about it. I don't remember. I didn't say that.
All right, period. This is fun. This is a good thing. So I'm not fighting for you to go back to where you were. Are you still a part of the manosphere?
I was never a part of the manosphere.
All right, that what you've said before. No one actually ever claims the manosphere.
All right.
No one ever
We can
claims the
we can start
manosphere.
talking about what you used to say if you want to play this. But
Tell me what I used to say. What have I ever said? I stand by everything that I've ever said on here.
I'd have to go through the videos, but the old ones are hard to find for some reason.
They're in my membership only. So.
Oh, okay.
What did I used to say? Like, what was the general theme?
Oh, it's definitely, well, certainly less defending capitalism. Let's say that.
No, I fought against racism. Still do.
Okay.
I push back against the left and the right. You don't remember this, but in the beginning, when I have 200 subscribers, every day I would lose 50 subscriber because one video would be dragging Trump, the other one would be dragging Biden.
Oh yeah, I guess that's what the change. The change used to. I mean, for like years, it's just been about the whole manosphere stuff and like.
Oh yeah, it stopped being. It wasn't politics took a backseat to cultural issues for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw Black women getting dragged online, I was like, absolutely not. So, yeah.
So I guess that's the change. I guess it was more like you used to talk about like big, like important stuff, and then it got caught up in like culture, blah blah blah.
Oh, this is important to me. Maybe not big and important enough for you, but it's important to me. But yeah, that is a change. I used to talk about cultural issue less, and now I'm like, nah, agency matters, so cultural issue, politics still matters, but I'm going to do it less because we're using this as a scapegoat. Everyone is like, capitalism is the problem. No, you killing each other is the problem. Capitalism as a concept isn't broken. Other parts of our systems are broken, and that affects our relationship with capitalism. AJM agreed. I remember those days. Oh, no, y'all don't want to hear about politics. Usually I have 1,000 people in here. Today I have 500. I love that for us. I think the next person was Ja. Unless, well, Joran, you guys can jump in. Chris Joran, I think Black Love, y'all spoke. Go ahead and Empress.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little bit low.
I shall try and speak up. How's that?
But better.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what okay, actually I just remembered. I came up, during, Dr. Pure Cancergate. But why I came up was because, the idea that you should cap a billionaire's ability to make money once they've reached a billion, combined with FD Signifier talking about all the things that Beyonce and Jay-Z should do and what they should do with their wealth and what they should. I really have an issue with people always trying to manage what other people do with their money. And is eat the rich becomes eat those who are doing slightly better than you very quickly. And you're not going to be able to say, hey, I'm going to I want to cap somebody from being able to make more capital because I don't feel like they deserve it because I'm unable to do it. And I think that's a very slippery slope. And also goes along with when people are, I'm not going to say I'm a capitalist, but spiritually I believe that if you curse a system that you rely on, that is high blasphemy. Before the pandemic, I watched so many people like cursing the school system. Oh my God, the school system was this and that and the other. And then as soon as they had to watch their own kids and they couldn't send their kids to school, it was a meltdown and everything. And they were begging for ways to find ways to get their children back into school. If I don't think like dismantling a system is what you do. What you try to do is figure out how you can level up within the system that you're in. At the end of the day, I think most of us on this stream are in North America. I'm a Black woman who was born in Canada, meaning that, around the world, I am like doing better than like 90% of my sisters around the globe. And so cursing the system that I'm living in right now, I feel like would be a slap in the face. I wasn't married off as a child bride. If my husband puts his hands on me, I can call the authorities. I don't have to worry about FGM. Like the things that I don't have to worry about in a capitalist system. I mean, am I mad that eggs cost a little bit more? But you know what? I could still buy eggs, so I'm doing okay. And to bring this back to matriarchy.
But before you do that, though, I would say that I don't think because you benefit from something and because you love something, it does that you cannot critique it.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Um, it's not to say that you shouldn't critique it, but I don't know about critique is one thing. Trying to you know try to improve other people's situations with it. I also agree with it, but this whole idea of dismantling. Um, I don't think that's something that's going to work out for people. People, when a lot of places people were screaming defund the police, and then all of a sudden they started crying refund the police, right?
That was a mess.
Sometimes there's ways to to try and better people's lot in a system without trying to completely drag it to trash. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so if you do not have something in place that is equal or better to replace it with, I don't think you should be trying to tear anything down. Now, lastly, to bring it back to matriarchy, matriarchy and capitalism. In we're seeing that
Life
women are
is
on the
more than
rise.
just
What?
Sorry. No, sorry, I was trying to
Women are
say
on the.
something.
Hmm?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Women, the Black women are on the rise when it comes to making money. They're catching up to their counterparts, and this is not something that's just in the Black communities. A lot of other communities, like other women in other communities, do have a lot longer to go in order to catch up to their male counterparts, but they are closing that gap. And when it comes to capitalism, I do believe that one of the things that you can do to solve some of the disparity in capitalism is based on who is going after the capital. I have some friends in tech, and they say when they go to different conventions, when they're talking about, ideas and, technology that is going to make people billionaires, the room is full of men. When the people are in the rooms, looking at technology that is going to save the world, it's full of women. I think if women kind of change their priorities and you be about that money first, once you get all that capital, a woman who is a billionaire is more likely to do more for communities and try to even the playing field than I think the men are. So I think, if you want to correct for some of the disparities in capitalism, you might want to kind of lean into that quote unquote matriarchy and have women, leading the charge when it comes to it. That's just my stinky little opinion. And I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to watch High Powered Podcast. There is a live tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Please watch. She is amazing. I can wait to hear what you think. I will listen to her. I just went to her channel. I see that it will be live in 31 minutes. So thank you for that. Gia, I like this content. Too much baby share content is bad for the blood pressure. Oh, manosphere, gotcha. Baby sphere, got it. I forgot who was next. I think the drunk capitalist and then Paris. And then we can like speak generally. Go ahead.
Hey, I think your question was just first, what do we think we should do about the capitalists as far as how much money they should make or how much they should be capped at? Was that
Can someone be a billionaire without exploitation?
I mean,
but you can speak generally about capitalism. 2 minutes.
Generally about capitalism, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
The way I see capitalism is that it's like a system that we've created as humans is very natural to what we actually like, because I don't believe that humans were all actually, just naturally speaking, I don't want anyone to feel offended, we're not naturally all equal. Some people are taller, some people are stronger, and capitalism has this way of kind of separating us into places where we could be more productive, right? Sometimes we end up in places where we're not as productive. But essentially, the whole point is to be as productive as possible, but usually doing one thing instead of you having to do everything for yourself, meaning grow your food, sew your clothes, do everything for yourself. You do one thing, you do it to the best of your ability, you get paid, and now you have access to the product of everyone else's labor. So I think we kind of look at capitalism very negatively, but we disregard like how the world looked before
Are
it.
you saying specialization wouldn't happen but for capitalism?
I would say that luxury and specialization wouldn't happen. Like, we wouldn't have the luxuries we have or the downtime that we have if not for capitalism. And we also wouldn't, like, poverty has decreased like enormously. And like we don't really account for that, how much it has decreased, like what poverty looks like now versus what it looked like 100 years ago.
Whose poverty?
I would say globally. Granted, there are plenty of countries where they still suffer from poverty now. And all we can do is really try to help them. That's all we can do. And try to get them. That's all we can do is try to help. I know it sounds crazy. I know
When you start, so I think my framework is a bit jaded because I see the Western world as the capital and then the other places as like districts. And so when you say capitalism essentially pulled us all up, it feels very wrong insofar as I think what are we comparing where other countries would be if we were under a different economic system?
I mean, we could look at countries like Cuba. I literally watched a video the other day of a girl crying because she's never seen fresh bread. I think
But-
that's ridiculous.
But I
Like,
mean, to that point, Cuba isn't poor because it's communist. It's poor because
It's poor
been
because of
taken.
embargoes and all the
Yeah,
negative things we
that's
do.
not
We we understand. I'm Jamaican. I understand like all the ridiculous things that other
Wait,
countries do.
wait. Hold up. How are you Jamaican arguing that like capitalism was like hell? Like, okay, I am not saying it wasn't, but I've seen the effects of imperialism and imperialism around the globe, but specifically in Jamaica. And so it's really weird to hear this sentiment. Like, I'm accepting the exploitation and imperial nature of the system in the West. Like, I'm just like, okay, we'll
You
work to
hate it in
figure
Jamaica
that
though.
out.
I mean, we definitely hate it in Jamaica, but I think it further goes to show you like it's part of our like terrible human nature where a lot of the problems that we have in Jamaica has to do with things from past history and also corruption in our government, which has obviously turned into a kleptocracy. We
This
have
is
a
going to be terrible. This is going to be terrible, but I'm still going to do it. But for all of the mess on the opposite end, where would we have been?
in America or in Jamaica.
Globally. Jamaica, let's do Jamaica.
Globally as Black people or what
No,
are
like
we?
nations around the world are sort of, if we think about the core, which is the West, and then the outliers that feed into the core and provides so that we can live a comfortable life here, that is a form of exploiting those other countries that we ultimately depend on. What would happen to those countries and what would have happened to those countries if we didn't develop post World War II the way that we developed, even before World War II, but when the US became the unipower for the sort of global community after the fall of the Soviet, what would have happened if we develop somewhere else? Do you see a way in which we develop where other countries would have gotten an opportunity to develop better than they have now?
Not really. I feel like we definitely would have spiraled even further into our human nature and
Wrong
been worse.
answer.
I think we
Wrong
would have been worse.
answer. The correct answer is I don't know.
No, I think we would have been worse. But definitely, I think that because we hinder so many countries in so many different ways, and we're pretty cutthroat, and we do the same thing with businesses, and we do the same things on an individual level, where that's part of our human nature. So I think for the way that I view capitalism, I see the good things that it's done, and I see the terrible things that it's done. But I also
Does
feel
the
like
good
it's going
outweigh the
to.
bad?
Does the good outweigh the bad? It depends where you are,
No,
who you
actually,
are.
no. Does the good justify the bad for you?
Does the good justify the bad? I've never tried to find like a justification for either side. Is more of, does it work for what we're trying to do as far as pushing humans further into next century, the next century?
So it justifies it then for you from a utilitarian perspective. If we get to where we want to get to, the exploitation of others is fine.
You use that word expectation, it already has a negative connotation, but I guess yes, the use of others.
Slavery was fine.
Slavery was not fine
Why?
because the version of slavery that we use was not fine because it basically created an underclass of people, right?
What version of slavery doesn't create an underclass?
Well, we're talking about an underclass that's based completely on color and race, right?
So slavery would be fine if it's not based on race.
No, absolutely not. Slavery is not fine at all. We're not. Capitalism and slavery is not the same thing. Capitalism and slavery is not the same thing, and I don't really.
No. I'm talking about the ability to exploit, which is okay so long as you get the end result. That's what I'm testing.
No, I don't think it's okay to exploit just because you want a means to an end. But I
So
don't think capitalism is just exploitation, and I think that's the wrong direction to go in and to look at it as, because it's not just exploitation. We have a lot of choice in this current environment as far
so
as
you don't think we're exploiting poorer countries?
I think we have a choice of not exploiting those countries.
No. I'm asking, what are we doing currently?
Collectively as consumers, we're
No.
allowing
I'm talking about American imperialism
yeah,
specifically.
I'm okay, and I'm trying to answer that. So as Americans, as the consumers, no matter where we come from, even when we come from those countries themselves, as consumers,
You're
we
doing everything but answering the question.
as consumers
Demas,
we tend to allow companies to exploit these countries when they really don't have to.
Who was saying Themis?
that was me. Sorry. But can you provide some clarification? When you're referring to imperialism and exploitation in the Jamaican context, are you saying then that capitalism is the same as mercantilism?
No, I'm not. But I wasn't talking about capitalism in terms of exploitation and imperialism. I was talking about exploitation separately because the drunk capitalist said essentially some exploitation is fine once it justifies the end goal. And I was testing how far she was willing to go with exploitation. So it wasn't specifically about capitalism.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as long as the exploitation isn't making the individual devoid of all choice and individuality in like actually
That doesn't make sense though, because all choice, you have a choice to live or die, in the words of Kanye West.
we come on now. That's Kanye.
No, but what does all choice mean? When you say you're
Because if
removing all,
we're talking about modern time, we're not talking about slavery at this moment. We're talking about modern times and the modern
there's
capitalist,
slavery
the
still
modern
happening around the world right now.
So are we talking about globalization? Not every country is capitalist. Not every country has the exact
No,
same
okay,
political
what I'm
system.
saying is, when you say the ends justify the means, essentially, and exploitation is okay, I just want to understand what that means to you.
To me, if we're talking about exploitation in its natural sense of definition, we're not talking about slave exploitation. We're talking about just the use of
Okay, sweatshops
productivity.
in different parts of, I don't know, Asia.
Yeah, I think sweatshops are bad because people don't get paid enough, not because the work is too hard or anything like that. I think those countries, because they devalue their currencies or
No,
they
but
allow
is that justified? Oh
no, it's
no,
not
they don't
justified.
devalue their company. America
No,
decided to jump
their
on the
currencies.
petrodollars and
Yeah.
force the world to trade. Huh?
Yeah, I was talking about their currency and stuff like that.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand if you believe that. What do you believe about exploitation? Is it okay?
Not in its extreme form of exploitation.
All right.
I don't
I
believe
don't know what
I
that
don't believe
means.
slavery is an extreme form of exploitation. Someone going to work for a company and going home and eating dinner is not an extreme form of exploitation.
So what is
Yeah,
minor exploitation?
no.
Like, is
That's
like
not
you're
what I'm
working
trying to.
24.
No, wait. That's not what I'm trying to understand, because I think we're vacillating between like minor exploitation, job labor for. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm asking because I think you said it was okay to exploit countries, and I want to understand
No.
why.
No. I was not saying it was okay to exploit countries. I think when I mentioned Jamaica, you thought I was saying that. Definitely not saying it's okay to exploit countries at all. Because I think countries should be able to create their own market systems and have free trade with other countries. And I think that when countries get too big, like, you know, Russia, we have China, we have America, they have an imperialistic mindset because they're largely negative. Like, they're humans and they are bad. Like,
so human bad. Got it.
not human bad, just some.
Sorry, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I was
I'm
just going
joking.
back to the capitalist system, as it being a human creation, and that eventually we'll continue to work on the systems that we create. And I think capitalism eventually will fail, like all other systems. If we know anything about anything we've created in this world, as far as systems go, they all fail. And we try to improve on those things. That's all we could really hope for. And unfortunately, you know, people get lost in that. And I think right now we have, in our Western society, in our mindset, we have this, everything should be perfect, everything should be good, we should all be living luxury, we should all have a Birkin and have Starbucks. Like, that's kind of what's going on in, at least in my generation, a lot of weird things is happening. So,
but why is that? Why is that all that can be done? Or like, you're saying the only thing we can do is like work to improve it, but like, why?
why do we work to improve?
Or no, why can nothing else be done? Or you're saying we can only hope to improve the system, not change it. And I'm saying, like, why? Or you're saying there that the people only hope for Berkshire bags and or whatever it was.
Yeah, I feel like people
I'm
are
saying
running.
no. I would say people hope for the freedom to form unions, a fair wage.
Yeah, and that's how you improve parts of the system that you can improve, until somebody or a group of people actually overhaul the system completely or change the system completely. But we don't have an actual idea for a new system. A lot of people say socialism.
There are many ideas.
There are many ideas that aren't completely fleshed out, that don't have enough backing. We haven't been able to flip the capitalist system yet. So we are currently in it, right? We have to work with it and change things as fast as possible. There was a time when people literally had children working in factories. We changed that. We had to stop that because that was bad. Like, that's what I'm.
Did we say the work is not too hard? Did we? Who said that?
That kind of was funny, but
did you say that? Because I hope I didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
No, you didn't say that. I basically was talking about the labor cost, and because you brought up sweatshops, and I was talking about the country devaluing the currency, and then obviously we have United States currency and forcing trade and all that stuff, and how people in sweatshops get paid less. I think they should get paid more. But we're not going to compare work labor. We're not going to compare labor and how difficult labor is, because labor exists in all types of forms. We're not going to compare that.
All right. Wait.
So
go ahead, Chris.
I've got a question here. In what circumstances is child labor and sweatshop labor acceptable?
Well, from a capitalist perspective, it would be, does it make money or not? And that would be it.
From the Republican standpoint, is if they can get away with it or not.
No, that's unfair, Paris.
They literally have been passing laws to allow child labor. You didn't see that come through?
Yeah, well, I don't think that I don't think we should paint broadly in that direction in this way around child labor, because I do know a ton of conservatives who are very opposed to child labor, but as soon as my child need a job, he needs to be paying bills. As soon as he can walk.
If that 10-year-old got RAP,
I'm kidding.
They make it keep the baby, is that not child labor?
But honestly, who asked the question about when is child labor okay? Who asked that?
Chris did.
Yeah,
Can
that
you
was
ask
me.
it again?
So under what circumstances is child labor or sweatshop labor acceptable?
Sweatshop, as we understand it now,
Yes.
never for sweatshop.
I agree.
Child labor, I mean, it depends.
Lemonade
Like
stand
you,
is totally acceptable.
if I have a farm, you're gonna be working as soon as you
That's
wake
what I
up.
was gonna say. If your family own a business,
I was gonna
Well,
say,
how is that not exploitive?
Oh,
well,
I
if
didn't say
if
it
the kid
wasn't.
wants to make a lemonade stand, then I don't think that's exploitation.
I mean, I didn't say it wasn't
Exploitation is that exploitation in the simplest sense would be, in the simplest sense would be just paying someone less than what they are providing to you, and all of the, and in the capitalist context, the power to which labor can never demand what they're worth. Exploitation would be you can't work in a factory you can work in a sweatshop.
Okay, so I'm having trouble understanding where the boundaries are. Because if we're saying that child labor is never okay because it is exploitive, then I think we all need to be on 10 toes about that.
Wait, no.
Unless we're saying
Wait.
sometimes it
You're
is.
gonna have to direct that because I've never said that. I definitely
Well, you
said
said farms.
if I had a farm, my child will be working on that farm. We are all
But that's
contributing to
exploitive.
food. Not in my definition, it's not. But
That's
like,
a whole.
for me, exploitation is to treat someone unfairly in order to like get an advantage or like make profit from them.
Well,
like,
if you're selling extra crops, if you're going to like a farmer's market and you're not compensating your child for that labor, is that
if you're
exploitive?
saying, would I use my child to make money for myself? No.
so is having children do chores exploitive too?
Well, under a Marxist interpretation of exploitation of labor,
Chris,
it would be.
Chris, who on the panel was advocating for Marxism?
Well, so the question is we're imposing a standard on the rest of the world, and we say that child labor is never acceptable. It is exploitive.
No one
because
said that.
Okay, so well, I'm confused because that's what I was hearing then, is that sweatshop child labor is exploitive.
I said sweatshop is exploitative, and I didn't care about exploitative. I'm just thinking about the condition that I understand what a sweatshop is. It's a no-go just generally.
So one of the reasons why I ask is because in countries that have banned child labor, I believe it was in Indonesia, what happened is that kids were taken out of factories because it was, quote unquote, exploitive. And even UNICEF looked at the results. And what happened is those kids ended up in sex work and selling drugs because their family needed that source of income.
Well, it's not one or the other. I mean, children aren't of the age of majority, and from your perspective, that the big emphasis was put on contracts. Children aren't adults; they're not of the age of majority. They can't enter.
No, wait, Lauren. That is actually a very smart response, but I'm just stuck at children need to work or be sex workers.
And also it's not either or, and it's no. To put their ass in school, I don't know. They're both bad.
I think he's trying to articulate that when you make it a point to leverage your child for economic input into your household, there can be those extremes of, okay, we're selling this child off to get money, which happens in a lot of third world countries, that their young daughter is being married off very young to some really old weird guy
Yeah,
because
no,
you
but
need
it's still
reimbursement.
wrong. Like, I'm not saying because this is wrong, now this thing now becomes right. No, exploitation of children in the labor force in this way is bad, but it's still bad to have your child engage in you know what. Like, that's still bad. It's not like you stop this, no, you have to do it. No.
And they would do that because they're desperate, and they're desperate because they can't afford things. They can't afford to live. And why can't they afford to live?
Yeah.
Well, it's because of the capitalist system. So therefore, if you
Well,
fix that, then people can.
The capitalist system wants everyone to be poor and can't afford the products. Is that what you're saying? The
Wait, what?
capitalist.
Wait, you guys going to the extremes. Like, I'm so confused.
No,
Well, it's not about want. The capitalist system wants to extract as much as possible from the people.
Sorry. Oh my god, this is strange. I feel like Chris is arguing things that we never said, and then the drunk capitalist is going to really extremes, and I'm very confused as to why. Go ahead, Chris.
So, to be clear, I completely agree with Jaron about them being under the age of majority and that they cannot consent to it. And in a system where you are more concerned about the individual's rights, then you would have to protect the individual from that exploitation. But again, that is a feature of capitalism. That is not a feature of any other market. There are no other market systems where the individual's rights are primary. Slavery, which was brought up.
That's you are defining individual rights in in a very specific way that only lends to capitalism, where we both know positive rights and enforcing of positive rights can exist under almost any system. Like, you can still have rights.
And so
what? No. The difference is that that positive rights are an imposition. They are a claim on something. Whereas your natural rights are independent of the government.
Exactly,
the government
but then we get to define what is positive versus natural. And we could just define this as it because it fits the system.
Well, the ability to contract, for instance, would be a natural right. It's not something that the government had. We can't make a bargain with someone else unless the government says so. That's a ridiculous outcome of saying contractual rights are a positive right.
I mean, you can say it's a ridiculous outcome, but like the way you're framing this seems to suggest that you believe that the ways that we have defined negative rights versus positive rights versus other kinds of rights is somehow intrinsic, or I'm going to use the word natural, which I was trying to not use twice. It's natural. It's not. We made it up.
Well, would you say then that your right to defend yourself is a made-up right, that unless someone tells you you have the right to defend yourself, you don't?
I can see in a legal system where you don't have that right. So to say it's natural requires a system to enforce such a right as being natural. Like,
okay, so if I'm out, if I'm out in the forest,
all right, go ahead.
And I'm defending myself against a bear, do I have the right to do that only if you told me I have the right, or do I have that right independently of whatever anyone else says?
Okay, you have the right to do it independent. Let's not use a bear, let's use another human being. Someone attacks you, you do have the right to defend yourself. Like, it's not a right until we can use it for something, right? Or it's acceptable based on societal standard, i.e., for this case, the legal system. Full defense against homicide, for example, murder in the first degree, or murder generally, some kind of homicide, is self defense. Only if the judicial system and the legal system is willing to recognize self defense. So, yes, you have the right to defend yourself, but in a system that doesn't care about that, you still can go to prison for killing someone, even if you said self defense. Thankfully, we're under a system that says, yeah, no, that's a full defense. That's a justification. We agree with what you did.
So the other question that I had, and I've read the book that Jaron referred to, and the question is that yes, there are other ways. I completely agree with him on that.
Wait, pause.
But
Before you go, someone is telling me that self-defense is preservation and it's a natural right. I'm not arguing that it's not. It is. I agree. We have defined it as such. What I'm arguing is that we can be in a system that will penalize you as if it is not. So defining something as natural rights because we would do it quote unquote naturally for self-preservation is all good and dandy, but if the legal system isn't willing to acknowledge that, then you can have your natural rights by yourself, right? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's not natural or it's wrong or whatever. I'm just saying we're defining it from our perspective within a specific system and framework. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
okay, so the question is whether you can. There are any other systems that allow for voluntarism and for individual rights and liberty in a sense that it is more so under that system than under a capitalist system. And the reason why I ask that is because of the idea of corporatism, which I'm saying is distinct from capitalism. So Mussolini, his concept was in the fascist conception of life, stresses the importance of the state and accepts the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with the state. It is opposed to classical liberalism, which denied the state in the name of the individual. Fascism reasserts the rights of the state as expressing the real essence of the individual. And he goes on to say that the maxim that society exists only for the well-being and freedom of the individuals composing it does not seem to be in conformity with nature's plans. If classical liberalism spells individualism, fascism spells government. So in what other economic system can you have less government and more rights than under a capitalist system?
But you already frame it in on where can we have less government and more rights when it should be can we have more rights under a
Or
different
more
system?
government and more rights.
Yeah.
Democratic socialism.
I don't have a system that I can point to. This is what I was trying to explain, that because we don't have one currently that I would agree with, doesn't mean you can't create one or come up with one. And that's my problem with the argument. It's like we don't know what system, the best system we've had thus far is under best economic system is capitalism. I agree thus far. Controlled capitalism, with so obviously some level of socialism in there. That being said, if you come up with a better system, I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm going to say, oh yeah, for sure. But I feel like you're saying, well, this is the best, and because Mussolini said it, it is the best. Mussolini, by the way, that's who you quoted back to me. No, not back to me, to me.
Or even then, it suggests that nothing can move so long as there is no other idea that nothing can move forward. The status quo is the status quo is the best because it's the status quo almost.
Yeah,
that's it. But I mean, it's sort of like so if when people were living under monarchies and feudalism, that there wasn't democracy, that therefore monarchies simply could persist, and then that was okay. And it's like, no, tear it down. Tear it down not because there's something better, but tear it down because it's bad, and then go from there. I think that should be the energy. I think that's the only way.
I would push back on that. We did tear it down because we had something better. We had like a historical example of like fighting against tyranny, having a more representative government, right? We didn't just tear it down and just like magically out of nowhere came up with like a Republican system, right? We had like
but not me defending Jaron, but I think that's the issue though. Like if your logic lends itself to creating a better system than what we currently have, because that was what we did. Whereas hopefully what Jaron was saying is that if we were to follow Chris's logic, then it's very sort of Ouroboros. Like it's kind of circular. It's like, this is the best we have. We know it's the best we have. We don't have anything better. Show me anything better. You can't. So this is what we got, and it's good. It's like, no, we can come up with something. We're inventive. Better.
And also to counter Chris, right? The liberal system that Mussolini is describing here isn't the system you're advocating for. It's a liberal society. It's completely different from your more laissez-faire style of government.
So how would you define classically a classical liberal system?
I don't think Mussolini was specifically criticizing classical liberalism. He was criticizing the liberalism of his day.
I can drop the quote in the chat because
that's fine. I heard the quote.
Specifically addressed classical liberalism.
I disagree, but we can move on from there. And there was I think this is the second time you've done this. You've used that quote by Mussolini to equate it to like the corporatism you fight against. It seems like you have a big problem with like regulatory capture, which is a problem. I think even FEMAS admitted that everybody has a problem with regulatory capture, right? I think even left and right people all hate that part, right? But it feels like you're making the mistake that every regulation is an example of regulatory capture when that is not true. I think FEMAS did a good point of pointing it out that you were cherry picking examples, right? But you weren't using examples of regulation that protects people, right? Like any regulation any like anti-discriminatory law, right? That's a form of regulation that protects specific groups of people, right? In your system, if somebody didn't want to hire a black person, basically black people couldn't get work.
So here's an example of where I would say regulation is not only good, but I endorse it. Things like the Clean Air Act, where you need to have a standard of regulation to address the problems where the tragedy of the commons problem, because you cannot get every single individual to take responsibility for air quality. And it's a public good that fits the definition of public goods in the truest sense. And so in that case, I fully agree, and I would support that. Things like the Clean Water Act, again, that's a public good that is very difficult to coordinate protection.
How about how about the example I gave, specifically anti-discrimination of like very minority groups, right?
Okay. So the problem that I have with that kind of anti-discriminatory legislation is that in the First Amendment, there is a right that is usually very much overlooked, and that is the freedom of association. In order to have the freedom of association, you must also have the freedom of disassociation. And what I would say is that if you take government money for any reason, I would say you do not have the right to discriminate. If you are a government contractor, no, you do not get to say, no, I do what I want. I can associate with who I want, but I'll also take the government dollar. If you are completely corporate welfare free, then I'm willing to take a look at that and say, you know what, maybe you should be exempt from discriminatory or anti-discriminatory
So to be
regulation.
clear, corporations from, I'm 100% sure this is a libertarian perspective. From this perspective is, if you don't take government money, you can discriminate and not hire black,
Or from another angle, if you have the right to associate or disassociate, why should you lose your right for taking government money? Why do you lose your rights if that's a right?
Because
you can't say you hire black people and take tax dollars.
No. Wait, I want to hear the response to this.
Because the government is funded by the entire body of people.
Well, not the people who can't get jobs.
Wait. By you existing in a system, you benefit from everyone. Why is this so specifically different? Because roads to come to you or your business is a benefit of being a part of the society. That's you benefiting directly from you know the Commerce Clause and the extent to which the Commerce Clause has been used to make sure integration was a thing in America. How do you differentiate and where do you draw the line between direct government funding and sort of tangential benefits?
So there is no right of exclusion on a public roadway. It doesn't matter what your politics are. It doesn't matter anything else about you. You cannot be excluded from a public roadway.
No, but you benefit from it. So it's like, it feels like you were saying, if you don't get government money, then you're fine because you're independently operating. No, you're not. You're benefiting from a system.
I think it's even simpler than that. It's why, if freedom of association and dissociation is your right, just like any other right, why, in your view, Chris, should you lose your rights for taking money from the government?
Because there is an implied relationship that you are saying, okay, government, I will accept the conditions of this money, and in exchange, I will abide by your regulations. And to the extent that you are willing to take there used to be this saying, you take the king's shilling and he calls the tune. You basically are property of the state at that point.
Wait, you were just talking about regulatory capture. What's to stop from these people who already don't want to associate with black people from capturing regulation to change that regulation to say, I don't even have to they don't even have that protection under like government contracts or government employees or anything, right? Like you basically could create a society where certain minority groups, it doesn't have to be black people, it could be women, it could be people with handicaps from ever having employment. Why would you allow that?
But it's not
I
just
wouldn't.
because remember with that small business, the religious business didn't want to make
No.
they upheld
it. I want to stop and go back to Jaren's question about rights and to what extent taking money means you're revoking your rights, because I actually have follow-up on that.
Or even encapsulating this, because it sounds like, Chris, your worldview, or you would prefer a system where a government is light-handed, small, protects contracts, and is very limited in what it does. And then this will limit the power of corporations to enact monopolies and whatnot. But how light-handed is a government that if you take money from it, as you said, you would be property of the government and you would lose your rights. And if this I would say that this form of government would not be light-handed at all. How does this solve anything of the problem we're sort of discussing?
So if I'm understanding the question, you're asking me, how can I justify you giving up all your rights because you are taking money from the government? Is that
I'm saying
the first part?
Can you connect the dots on how a government can be small and light-handed and not so powerful, but also have the power by, if you take money from the government in whatever way that is, that you lose your rights, in which I think you stressed earlier are very important. Natural rights, defending self-defense and all that are very important, very intrinsically important to an individual. How do we connect the dots?
So for example, when I was in the military, it was very clear what I could and could not say in uniform. That if I am in uniform, I am a representative of the federal government, and I lose my First Amendment rights. I can't say whatever I want, as deeply held as it may be. I am not allowed to go outside those boundaries. And that was something that I was aware of when I enlisted. And it was something that I respected because, again, I made the conscious choice to do it. Now, I'm not saying you subject yourself to slavery necessarily just because you're a government contractor. But what I am saying is that if you are going to get the benefits of direct government subsidies or direct government funds in exchange for providing a good or a service, that you should be willing to voluntarily abide by the terms of that agreement with the government. And I would say it would be 100% appropriate to enforce anti-discrimination laws against companies that want to do business with the government, because that government is funded by everyone.
All right. But that's what I was trying to get to? Isn't literally all of like the roads and all of that funded by the government? Unless it's private roads. Are we gonna have like private commons? We're gonna privatize the commons.
I would say that there is a big difference between indirect benefit and direct benefit. Because if we're saying that because we all receive direct benefits from government expenditures, then the government would be entitled to take away all our rights.
Well, first of all, to the extent that there is a right of association would imply that you're giving corporate persons personhood. So you're operating under the current legal framework.
It's kind of true, yeah.
Well, you can be a partnership and contract with the government, and that's not a corporate personhood.
But would corporations have rights, essentially, is what I'm asking. And other forms of entities that are not natural persons. Because the only way to take away something's right is if they have the right in the first place. So
if we're going to go all the way and say that corporations do not have any personhood rights, then a corporation doesn't have a right to contract. A corporation doesn't have the right to engage in corporate communication.
No, because
those are made up rights.
Did the Supreme Court say corporations are people?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Another example would be a corporation does not get the benefit of the government conducting illegal searches and seizures.
So we're thinking about what was the case? Was it Riggs? I don't. I think it was Riggs. We're pretending like entities didn't exist before Riggs. I'm not saying they were the best, but it's strange to me that you're saying that this could happen or that could happen. You can afford specific kind of power and ability and let's call them rights to a corporation without making them a legal person. We could have done that. So
well, you could do it
Absolutely.
statutorily, but you couldn't do it as a constitutional right.
I was talking about statutorily. So
sure, you could do it statutorily, but at that point, you would basically have to create a parallel framework of statutory protections
what
that
I was
match.
arguing. Wait. So what I'm not I don't understand why libertarians, like the libertarian argument fundamentally is that, oh, no, you would allow discrimination if you're independent of the government. But you could have just argued that these aren't legal persons. So like corporations and different kinds of entities could be different than the individual. But it feels like the argument relies on the ability to discriminate.
Well, I would say that it is wrong to cherry pick. If we are going to go down the road of calling corporations persons, then you can't cherry pick which rights you want to extend.
Well, they can't go to prison, so obviously they can't be held accountable.
Well, they cannot go to prison directly, but they can certainly be fined out of existence.
Well,
They can be.
the capitalistic market is supposed to, the free market is supposed to decide who fails and who's not. But the problem has always been that our government has been bought by these same corporations, and there's supposed to be no taxation without representation. But the problem is they're getting representation without the proper taxation. That's the major issue with capitalism in America.
Wait, no. Wait, because the tax code is trash is good and right, but that's a problem with the tax code being trash. I'm trying to figure out as a libertarian if there is an argument that discrimination would not be allowed.
Can I ask something?
No. I want Chris to answer. So discrimination is baked into this. Corporations that do not accept money would be able to discriminate based on race, sex, whatever.
And unless they would, and I would go back and look at the common law, which was basically you can do that so long as you were not a common carrier.
I mean, if you do common carrier, you do know that's going to extend in the way that we push the commerce clause to extend to include everything.
Well, don't get me started on the commerce clause because we already use it to cover everything. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like the issue I'm having fundamentally here is it doesn't. So you're saying that you can exist. Libertarian requires that privatization of like just everything in terms of corporation and how they do their activity. We're seeing it as private, but it's not really private. It can't. And you are saying it's not because they're not benefiting directly, then that's fine. But that they're benefiting means now that they have to play their part too. Like if you could build your own road and clean your own air and all of that kind of stuff, then sure, you're independent, but that you're part of society, benefiting from society means you also now have a responsibility back to that society. And I feel like that responsibility is like, no, we don't. You can't tell us what to do. We don't get anything from you. And no, you do. You do. You get a lot. If someone break into your thing and steal all of your stuff, the police becomes a big part of that investigation or whatever. Are we privatizing the police? Are we privatizing? I mean, we do have private firefighters. But are we privatizing all of this, and are they going to pay for their own services? Chris.
Yes. There are frameworks to where almost all services would be privatized. And that is, but that presupposes that regulatory capture and the ability to interfere with government operations in a very non-transparent way no longer exists. Because as long as that corporations have the ability to manipulate the government through revolving doors and such, they will use the power of government to benefit themselves. And that is the essence of corporatism, where there is essentially a marriage between corporations and government, and that you are unable to distinguish the difference. And the only rights left are the rights that happen to correspond with whatever movement, whatever direction the government is going in.
I was also going to add on to what he's saying is it's basically transforming almost into an oligarchy at this point. Russia
I
is
just
very similar. China's very similar. The difference is that you need to go through the government in order to have access to those corporations, and they highly regulate who's able to gain access, power, wealth to resources, who's able to create corporations, who's able to grow to a certain size. But at this point, capitalism in America is definitely the ghetto. It's crazy because just like you guys are talking about, the representation of who we vote for gets very corrupted very quickly. And unless there is transparency, which at this point we know that, the media is a propaganda machine at this point, there's no way to discernibly tell what's going on until it's too late.
Can I say something? Because I'm the one who has to click.
Before you do you read Ayn Rand?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, Chris.
Yes, I've read Ayn Rand, and I prefer The Fountainhead to Atlas Shrugged.
All right. And I'm assuming you're in alignment politically.
I have issues with objectivism. I would not say that I am in full alignment with Ayn Rand. No.
All right. Because I find the arguments a bit strange. And I've been working through a sort of libertarianism as a general matter. I don't think this is not a debate. I'm just going to disclose something. I don't think in a society where there is racial tensions and racism, that libertarian approach to the free market, or at least a laissez-faire approach to capitalism would work, because it would exclude too many people, particularly minority, if they don't have the power to fight back with their wallets. So that's
and I fully agree with that, and I think that under the circumstances, the civil rights bill was necessary. But the only reason why it was necessary is because the government was specifically putting their thumbs on the scale and they were refusing to recognize the individual liberty, both economic and political, and general liberties and freedoms of African Americans in the first place. Had government not been doing that, then I don't see the need for the Civil Rights Bill.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
going to say, with that being said, though, the government actively helped.
Black Love, and then Paris, and then we can close with everyone having
Yeah,
30
I've been
seconds.
up here for a whole long time waiting on you.
Okay, sorry. So real quick, Chris, I think you were very well aware this is kind of, sorry to say, but this is kind of a cope. It feels like you're giving an olive branch to say if you have a government contract, then you must abide by these laws. But that's not really true. In your world, you would probably really like freedom of association to be imposed everywhere. You would allow different firms to be able to discriminate on anybody on any basis, whether women, handicapped people, or black people, or like any other like religious minorities. It's just that it sounds bad, and the consequences of the system you're advocating for. So you just throw like an olive branch there to say like, hey, if you have a government contract, it's okay. But as I believe Jaren pointed out, like it doesn't make sense in your own worldview. It kind of goes back to what Themis was kind of saying before. It's like it feels like you want the minimum government as possible, except for when I feel like the outcome would be horrible. Then whatever regulation I like is the one that we keep.
Well,
it doesn't. There's no. Yeah, keep going.
So when I'm looking at the regulations, what the regulations that I would endorse are the regulations that are required for public goods that are non-exclusive, like air, like water. Access to the justice system should also be non-exclusive, meaning the government absolutely has a right and a duty to guarantee equal access to the justice system. It's not at all a code. What it is a recognition that if you are going to contract with the government, you are bound by whatever that government wants to impose as its rules. And I would say it's absolutely appropriate for the government to say, because we do not discriminate on whose tax dollars we take, you cannot discriminate on who you decide to serve as customers.
What about employment?
Wait. I don't want us to go back into it. So I'm going to back out.
I would agree with employment as well for government contracts.
Okay, so then, yeah, okay, cool.
Wait.
For government contractors.
Paris.
All right. So, as I said, the American economic system is just the ghetto right now when it comes to how government is run and how it entangles with corporations. I am a more of a progressive because of the fact that capitalism, we're in the late stages of capitalism, damn near at this point. And the issue with it is such an entanglement with the government, and now also with the theocracy, which really is troubling because the theocracy has tons of really horrible viewpoints when it comes to LGBTQ, women, things like that, children sometimes with how they cover up things. Corporations do it to a certain extent too, but there are those protections that the government has to regulate them to a certain point. They are not exuding those same regulations
I am
on
confused.
churches.
What do you mean it is now intertwined with the theocracy? That doesn't
As
make
far
sense
as
to
the
me.
way that conservatives, when it comes to religion, they donate so heavily to with the black.
Do you think it is the religion is more influential as it relates to policies today than
Yes, they are banning abortions. Yes. That wouldn't be happening if it was the
absolutely
Christian.
not.
Oh
No, I
yes.
can
Oh
just
yes.
straight up
Oh
tell
yes.
you
Oh yes.
absolutely not.
Oh yes, because guess why that passed? Because of the fact that they put Amy Cohen Barrett Brett Kavanaugh, who got away with his assault allegations, so that they can't push him on there, as well as Clarence Thompson, who also has sexual assault allegations and harassment allegations that they pushed
Okay,
through.
yeah. How? Please explain to me how theocracy is like at the forefront of our conversation now, as opposed to everywhere else. Like, how is it more intertwined now than
Because
anywhere else?
there's the Republican.
Literally, there were laws outline banning homosexual relationships. Well, sodomy.
They're trying to reenact those. They're trying to strip those back along with women's
Okay,
rights.
but trying to do something and one party being influenced, and maybe they will come into power, and having done it in the past doesn't seem, it's not making sense. Like, it feels very alarmist, which I'm not against. I'm also an alarmist when it comes to economic policies, but to say that we are more religion, like religion is too entrenched in government now, as opposed to the beginning of the US 17th, 1800. Like, what?
It's
Wait.
what I'm saying is it's not less influential because of the point. Before, it was a direct connection between the church, and then they split the church and state, correct? Then it turned into, now we're in this culture wars thing, when they're saying, oh, nobody can pray in schools, this and that, and they're using that as a tool to push the agenda when it comes to voting, to get them in power, and then they create all of these regressive policies that then strip away rights as humans and things like that, because of the fact
Yes,
that
you can
there's
say
no
that, but
abortion conversation without religion.
but objectively speaking, it doesn't make sense. Like, even if you say, like, they just overturned Roe v. Wade, that is not indicative of a theocratic government. Like, no, because like overturning Roe v. Wade doesn't now make it a religious conversation. It just pushes it back to the states. And what states are going to be making laws based on religion versus those that are not? This feels like a really heavy lift for you.
I don't think it's a heavy lift because of the fact that everything that the whole framework of how they created the framework of our government is, in God we trust, this and that, God's laws, this and that. They literally took a lot of things from the Bible, quote unquote, and tried to weave it through how we deal with
From
each
its
other.
inception, and we've been
Correct.
moving away from it. So how are you
We are
arguing that
not,
we're more
okay,
religious?
because we're making America great again, Themis. You forget what the political climate has been for the past
No,
how many years? Are you serious?
wanting to revert or regress, wanting that, and a party having deep feelings about religion is very different than looking objectively at policies in place and a culture and say, yeah, we are more of a theocracy or intertwined with theocracy now than we were in the past. Like, I'm not, I don't see it.
I don't
I'm
think
not
we're
saying I'm right.
less.
Look,
I don't think
Paris,
we're
I'm
less.
not saying I'm right. I'm
Yeah,
just
what I'm
saying I
saying,
don't see it.
we're not less entrapped with religion at this point when it comes to religious organizations. The prayer luncheon, the RNC is heavily connected. They always talking about the evangelical vote and all this stuff like
We
that.
literally made it impossible for public schools to say we gonna pray.
And they're trying to fight to get it back.
They're trying to
And not
get
only
it back.
that,
They don't have it back. At one point we had it. Now they can't do it. Even if they're trying to get it back, you cannot say we are currently more religious than we were in terms of the government.
I can, until they give abortion rights back. Because let me finish though,
You have
right?
abortion rights depending on the state you're in.
I
I
live
don't
in
know.
Georgia,
Well, I said depending on the state you're in.
right?
Yeah.
So this is my thing, right? When it comes to religion and religious organizations, I feel like with corporations and religious organizations, unless you're going to pay taxes, mind your business. Because when it comes
Wait,
down
no,
to it,
I don't like this argument.
Corporations pay taxes.
It's disingenuous to say, like, I understand the impulse. We need to push back to make sure that there's a separation of church and state. Agreed. But to like say that we are more, religion has more of an influence in terms of policy making today than it did in the past. That no, objectively, that's not true.
Is woven into the same. I feel like it's still woven in there because of the fact that churches, when they're big enough, not even churches, just when they're big enough, as a interconnected um, framework of churches throughout the US when it comes to Christian theology. They have pull when it comes to the government to a certain extent, even if you want to break it down to the state level. The fact that certain states can have things be illegal or push back on certain things to where that baker didn't have to make a cake for a gay couple and there was, it got overturned to where they could just let it slide and things like that. And the fact that there's so many states that still have legal child marriage laws that Republicans are fighting to keep on the books is the fact of the matter that it is still intrinsically interwoven to some extent. Unless we're going to
Yeah,
say
to
that,
some extent, but also to a lesser extent.
and
If we,
also churches act as corporations now, Themis.
they more operate as charitable organization, but when we say, I just want to be clear. In the 1960s was when we outlawed priors in schools, I guess, right? Are you just arguing that prior to 1962 that the U.S., I'm not even going back to the Salem witch trial, but are you arguing that we were more religion had more of an influence? Religion has currently more of an influence in today's policy making than before the 1960s.
I'm saying that it hasn't changed much.
Gays can get
Not more
married.
right now. Give it
Yeah,
time.
yeah, right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But
Right
listen,
now, in
Themis,
our
Themis,
current policy.
again, Themis, you have to understand what you're saying. You're saying things like things aren't getting moved. The only thing
No,
Clarence
yeah.
Thomas is not going to stop is him
I
being able to be
agree
his white
with you
with his white
that
wife
we
still,
might
but everything
end
else
up
is on
in
the
a
table.
dystopian. I agree with you. We might end up in a dystopian reality future where religion reigns supreme. I think that is possible, and I won't put anything off the table. But we're arguing currently. Can you concede that currently religion is not as influential in the policymaking as it once was?
I will only concede very slightly. And I will say this, right? Because we have one whole half of the voting I guess political parties is so intertwined with religion that it's difficult to say that they don't have a foothold to a certain extent, on top of the fact that they're giving just as much money as a corporation would without any taxation, the same thing as Amazon would. And
Well,
when
why
it,
do y'all think that these corporations aren't paying taxes?
a lot of
Yeah,
them
I don't.
don't, they have a lot of loopholes and they're not paying what they should
Yeah,
compared to some people.
okay,
Donald
well,
Trump didn't pay more taxes than me.
I agree they should pay more taxes, but to say they don't pay taxes is also an alarmist approach. It's like very exaggerated. In the
It's
same way,
not exaggerated because
It's
you have
propaganda.
to, this is what I say. The fact that they're nickel and diming and saying they can't afford to pay for certain things, but other things they automatically magically can come up with money for is a
Individuals
problem.
do the same thing though. Like regular people do that as well.
go give me a tax loophole and you will find.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
tax avoidance is a very common thing. Look, there's a
Yeah,
reason why I keep
tax
my tickets
avoidance.
when driving.
No, tax avoidances are not comparable apples for apples. It's just not because of the
Obviously.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You can't say, oh, an individual got an extra thousand off of her taxes. That's one thing. A corporation getting millions and millions of dollars of tax rebates on top of kickbacks, on top of bailouts, and then they make it seem like they don't have money for other stuff.
Okay,
The fact
so
of the matter that certain
it
corporations
is
got
on
bailouts, and
the
what's
ways
that to
in
say
which the
predatory
tax
behavior?
code work for corporation is unfair. Agreed. saying they don't pay
And-
tax. Don't agree.
And just to be clear, under a libertarian viewpoint, those same corporations would not be getting bailouts from the government. They would not be getting special tax treatment, and they would not be able to take advantage of all those loopholes.
Unless they agree to follow the government rules.
No,
I don't think
no,
in a
they would not.
I don't think in a capitalist system we should be bailing out any corporations, because the whole spirit of capitalism is some businesses fail, some businesses don't. But the problem with it is if let me finish. If a person fails and they're living on the street, there's no government handout to help that person. We have a homeless person right now. But if Wells Fargo is saying they're going to fail, they print more money and give it to Wells Fargo. If Ford Motors wants more money,
Okay, that blanket statement is also not true.
Just real quick, we don't bail out every company.
Yeah,
we don't bail out every company that fails in America.
we bail out the companies that pay to the politicians.
These are
The ones
terrible,
that
and
are
we should
connected
have-
to the
wait.
the sources
these-
of power.
Wait. These are terrible, and we should have more. There shouldn't be any homeless people facing homelessness in America at all. Agreed. But to say we don't have like some infrastructure, crappy as they might be, for people experiencing homelessness is not the truth.
And in the printing of money, the people who benefit the most from inflation are the ones with first access to it, i.e., big Wall Street banks and conglomerations, and they get that favor directly from the Federal Reserve. The people who benefit the least from inflation are the people who are most likely to end up homeless.
And let's take
Okay,
it. They were mad at people with PPP loans, and the businesses who got the most money from PPP loans, right? They didn't use it for what they were supposed to do. The PPP loans going to businesses were supposed to keep them from.
First of all, that is not a solid argument. Wait. Nope. That is not a solid argument at all. If you're a person who got a PPP loan and not a business, you should go to prison. I don't care.
Nope, I don't think so.
I think so. Why are you filing for a PPP loan without a business? That don't make no sense.
Businesses were taking up the money that was supposed to go to smaller businesses.
So people should
Wait,
take
what?
it. So you're arguing
There were
that people,
okay. So in the restaurant industry, because I was in recruiting for this, right? They were just literally laying off tons of people, and those big restaurant corporations that own like Olive Garden and multiple different types of restaurant brands all underneath the umbrella sucked up all the PPP money, when it was supposed to be Tony's Pizza down the street that was supposed to be getting those loans, so they ran out of money.
Wait. What makes you think that's for the employee?
Black Love, wait, no. So your argument is that because corporations are behaving poorly in getting PPP loan, instead of saying we should address that, you think natural persons should just start applying and getting PPP loans?
Heck yeah!
No, I think she's saying
She
it's
let's go in the playing field.
Well, I think you're saying if the government
corporations be able to do, especially with their quote unquote personhood status, they shouldn't be able to do something that a normal person couldn't do, especially since there's no person, quote unquote, head person that can go to jail, no person that can be held accountable. Everybody else underneath that corporation gets the bad end of it. When these CEOs go into companies and completely demolish it from the top down.
So I feel like you should be arguing that this shouldn't be happening and that we need to fix it. Not you should get it too. Like both of them should be punished. Like you don't say you acted poorly, corporation, so you regular people should also act poorly without consequence. No, both of y'all should face some consequence. I don't know what they are, but there should be consequence. Like this is a really bad incentive.
And I'm more than happy to concede the point that CEOs should be criminally responsible on behalf of the corporation.
Agreed. The corporate veil should be pierced.
Also, with the PPP loans, the corporation that took them, they were a forgivable loan. If they used it the right way, it was forgiven. If they didn't, they had to pay it back because it was a loan. So
Yeah,
not
but
everyone went through
who's
that.
checking that? Who's checking that? They could
There are
potentially
literal people that were hired
Well,
to.
I can tell you
literal
first.
people.
Do you
Oh,
remember
I
when
can
Wells
agree. I
Fargo
can
got
tell
in
you
so
that
much trouble?
they weren't doing a real good check. What
Not
I
in the
do know
beginning, but
is
they're coming back. They're coming back around and checking everybody now.
gotcha. Because what I knew is ain't no way a PPP loan should be easier to get than like applying for like a
Irregular law.
literally anything. It was so easy to get that everyone did it, and I was like, this don't look right. The government is about to double back. Like this.
They definitely they hired auditors and they have been doubling back for the past 2 years. Biden extended the time to 10 years to check. So no one is off the hook at this point.
Yeah,
Well, I can
I
tell
don't
you
know.
from. I was
I
going to
don't
say
know why
from.
you would want to give poor people access to loans that are in like very bad economic positions
Yeah,
and might
no,
not
I
be
think
able to get it back. I don't
I
know why
think
you
this
would
was
want
all
that.
set up. I
If
think
they
this
One
owe
of
was
you
all
the
set up.
one of the wealth
$10,000
building things
$10,000.
that communities do is have access to money, because when people come over here from different countries,
Wait,
they get
pause.
loans and they be
Wait.
poor.
Paris, did you just say one of the wealth building things that communities have access to money? Yeah.
I sure
Yes.
did, honey. Because you know what? When somebody comes over here and they want to open up something in a hood, they get a loan, honey. And somebody
So
that's born here can't get
predatory
one. So
home
yes,
loans are okay?
give me money. They do it all the time. You think these people in the housing market got those
Yeah, that's what I'm
loans that
saying.
were
That was
predatory?
bad. Wait, no, we don't want to go back to that. No.
No.
And
Listen,
those
because they had a
predatory
home, they
home
didn't have
loans
money.
are coming from the government. They are the
No,
ones.
from
Freddie Mac,
bankers getting deregulated. That's why.
Wait.
Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae owns over 75% of mortgages. And that is, they are basically a made up company under the guise of being a private company, but they are 100% controlled by the federal government.
All right. So let me go through this. Chris is for discrimination. Black Love is advocating for something or another.
I am not for discrimination.
It seems like he is.
It sounded like it though.
Paris thinks that we're in an autocratic dystopian. The drunk capitalist is for exploitation. How is Jaren and Black Love is always on point? Why is Jaren up here making sense? Well, something is wrong.
So that's how it always is, Themis. I
No.
can't explain it.
Just say y'all Republican already. No, but what
Look,
I was going to say on top, but this is where it gets even.
Chris did
But
not
this
ask for
is what I mean.
discrimination. As a white person, I think it is important that I make this clear that that's not what he was saying. He was talking about libertarian policies. So, like, just I need to clarify that my jokes don't usually come off as joke.
But this is what we were talking about with the revolving door. When it comes to government going back from lobbyists to corporations to back and forth into the government, because of the fact that everybody was so upset about Donald Trump and his appointments when he came into office, right? And I was the only one who knew enough to be so pissed about these people. And they were like, well, she's just dumb. I was like, not only she's dumb, she's dangerous. Like, her family makes money off of student loans, and then they're trying to go up for school choice and things like that, right? They basically come in saying, oh, we're going to get school choice, but what they were really saying is private schools should get funded by government money so that we can defund public schools and the private schools can get money for that. That's what Betsy DeVos did. The guy that he appointed to the EPA was literally from the oil corporations. He had a freaking bat booth created with bulletproof glass that he had built into his freaking office, and nobody's like sending alerts. He had all these ties with Russia and stuff like that. This is what I mean when I
explain to me how you guys pro capitalism.
Let's not
but
forget Elaine Chao, who's married to Mitch McConnell.
Wait. Just How are you guys not
But we so mad at
pro-capitalism?
China.
How are you guys
We're so
pro-capitalism, but
mad at
not
China.
no, how are you guys pro-capitalism, but not okay with capitalists literally taking over the government? Or at least
Yeah, you're right.
like
I mean,
eroding it from the
No,
inside.
I
How are
didn't
you
say
not
I was
pro that?
no.
Because that's not the same thing.
I'm not pro-capitalism.
That's not
the root
I'm
of
not
it.
pro-capitalism.
All we're talking about, the root of
I
it
already told you
is
I'm a progressive.
capitalism. That's the root.
I said we're in a late
So
stage
the
form of
rule of
capitalism,
corruption
and this is
is
what
not
happened.
in capitalism. Corruption existed when even we're not in capitalism. It just exists. Like,
Yeah, but I'm saying capitalism doesn't help you escape it. The difference between capitalism when it comes to corruption and other things is that the reason behind it is different. It's a money motivation, it's a power motivation versus I'm the Pope and I want to be your arbiter to God, or, I want to be the only person with access to everything via a dictatorship. It's the same thing, it's just coming from a different way. So when you finagle and there aren't those protections there, it does turn into the same negative things that we see with any
Guys,
other place.
I'm gonna stop you because I'm not sure. I don't understand. One second.
I get you, but those are the same things that I'm also against. I don't believe that corporations should be able to be in the pockets of our politicians, but I think that comes down to us changing the way politicians are actually able to make money. And
No, it's to remove the power of capitalists to put the government in their pocket.
So can I
exactly, but
just
we
get a
have
clarification?
to stop the politicians from being able to even take money from capitalists. We have to stop the lobbying. We have to stop those things. Like,
if the lobbyists and the capitalists have the power, and you don't want to remove the power, how are you going?
Can I get a
It's not a
clarification of
conspiracy.
definitions?
You can look this stuff up. It's
Go
not a
ahead,
conspiracy.
Chris.
It's life.
So my question for everyone is that, is there a difference in your perspective between capitalism and corporatism?
No.
And if so, what's the difference?
No.
yes, there's a difference. Capitalism includes like all businesses of all sizes and levels, whereas corporatism, we're talking about large corporations actually having control within the government that move markets.
Okay.
So we're gonna pretend like Walmart hasn't closed most of the small businesses down. We're gonna pretend like these corporations.
No, we know that they have. We know that they have.
So the confusion comes in when you say capitalism. Here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing like a preference for market over like government solution, access to capital markets, laissez-faire economy, some government regulation, if not at a minimum. That's what I'm thinking with capitalism, right? How is that contradictory with corporatism, right? Like you should be able to lobby the government as like a private entity or even a corporation, right? If I'm like an association of farmers and I want to lobby the government to get like preferential treatment or certain protections from the government, I should be allowed to do that, right? Or if not, I should be able to pay voters to like to advertise to them to either indoctrinate them, propagate them to be able to like get a vote a certain way. Why is that wrong?
Because there's money involved. It's not a real
No, I'm
thing.
asking Chris. You're against us.
Okay, so where I say the differences is that capitalism recognizes individual rights, while corporatism is a political and economic system that is designed to carry out the goals of the government. In a capitalist society, the individual is the central figure, where in a corporatist society, the political community has primacy. Capitalism is individualist, corporatism is collectivist.
But
labor in capitalism is resolved through collective bargaining, and corporatism does it through regulation.
So wait, Black Love is against capitalism.
My position is that I like liberal democracies. I feel like the problem that we're having right now in capitalism and liberal democracies is that the voters are not engaged with the political system and aren't fighting hard enough to protect our rights. I think political disengagement is the reason why our society is failing, not because of like these weird, very niche issues.
Well, it's
All right,
deliberate. I
so
would say.
just get people to get more involved in politics is what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
and to
have
that
a
question of
question
what is
when
the
it comes
difference
to
between
that. If that's
capitalism and corporatism, I would say that capitalism is simply capital and capitalists having power, and corporatism is simply them exercising that power. And my point would be that so long as they have power, or any entity with power will, so the only solution to corporatism is to get rid of capitalism. That's it.
No, absolutely not. If we made spending not quote unquote political speech, well, first of all, if we took away personhood from corporation, then they wouldn't have a right to quote unquote political speech, and then we could fix that problem.
Well, they
Because
wouldn't have a right to any speech.
But
they would
wouldn't
not.
have.
No, they could have rights. You could give them rights. They just wouldn't be legal persons.
Well, they would have statutory authority, but that's different from a right.
Yes, you can get that. That is
Seamus,
fine.
how do you feel about giving corporations that have quote unquote personhood? Then Walmart, you get one vote for being one person. Then how about that? Put your one vote
Absolutely
in.
not. You don't get to vote.
I would give them one vote for one corporation.
Why would they need to vote?
What are they voting for?
If they want to, they're wanting to engage with the political process, and they do it right now through money. I would much rather them get one vote versus give money, because they can out money everybody. You can't.
Shouldn't the election of Donald Trump be an indictment on this idea that like money is able to pick the candidate? Because there were candidates better funded than Donald Trump. Now you can argue that media attention gave Donald Trump an edge, but that should be like an indictment on this hypothesis.
Well, sure.
Yeah, well, it's not, because I don't think spending should be considered political speech. And if we do that, then corporations should not have political speech because their voice will be the loudest in the room. So I'm not backing down on this.
So what's the difference between political speech and any other speech?
Nothing.
We're talking about contribution. That political speech in this way, I'm talking about contributing to a specific candidate and not being able to limit that when it goes to super PACs because it is quote political speech. That's not okay.
I was gonna also try to not even piggyback, but ask Black Love something too.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to saying that not enough people are engaged with the political process when it comes to voting, I would push back slightly because of the fact that Republicans have not won the popular vote for like 20 years, but they keep getting elected because of the.
I understand this fact, but the reality is in federal election, I think at best you get 60% turnout, and state election at best you get 40% turnout, and in like city and local election you get like 20 at best, right? The fact is the vast majority of people who are eligible to vote do not vote. There is some machinations on the part of politicians in terms of like asking for voter IDs, different ways that they cut up communities. But even ignoring all that, the vast majority of people who are able-bodied to vote do not engage in politics. Much in the same way that people don't like to do jury duties, people do not want to engage with the political process. The average American has 7 hours of leisure time, and to be honest, most people would rather spend time with their kids than actually go vote. That's why we have the problems that we have. Most people are not educated on what's happening right now.
The Republican Party is literally holding on based on tradition and the system, not based on the people. It's based on land. So even though people are not politically activated and people don't go to the polls in numbers that we should, the system and the way that it's set up, not saying it's bad, but because it prioritizes land over people.
I think this is a good. I think this is a good concession considering where the concentration of people live. I think the idea that like a few major cities could make the policies of a whole nation.
No, I'm not. We're not doing it. I'm not arguing that it's good or bad.
Gotcha.
I'm saying that the political system that's created currently is why we are where we are, and that's the only reason why Republicans even have any foot to stand on. That's it.
Sure,
Not that it's
sure,
good or bad. That's it.
I was
sure, sure,
also
sure. I would
going
never
to to go
disagree
back
with
and
that.
say the working person oftentimes is at work. I remember years where I didn't vote because I needed that
Yeah,
money that day. And even though they say, oh, we'll give you time to be off, we all know jobs that say, oh, well,
yeah, I
technically
understand.
you can, but they coerce you to where you can't go. So it's not
I,
as simple as people are just not engaged. Some people
I,
literally are at work or they feel disenfranchised because they see the political process not working as they see it supposed to be working.
Yeah,
I
you
understand.
voting.
This conversation is done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The
Demas,
wait, before you
just
go,
sorry to interrupt.
it's Tom Hartman. It's called the War on Voting. So go ahead.
So Gia had put up a super chat, and I did not answer it. And that was on HOAs and whether I would support HOAs that restrict
Racial covenants.
people. Yeah, restrictive covenants. First off, I hate HOAs. I think they are demonic. That said, so long as the HOAs are not subsidized, then by any type of federal, state, local funds, unfortunately, I would say yes, they have the right to do that, and that's the price of liberty. However, that is not only one directional. That means you could have an HOA where the condition is you have to be a card carrying member of the Democratic Socialist Party, and you have a right to exclude conservatives or libertarians. And that means I can't live in that community because of the HOA. And as long as it's equally applied, then, it's, I don't endorse it, but they should have the right to do it.
Thank you. Didn't Donald Trump get a lot of free media? Yes, he did. All right, we're done. We're going into the after show and have 2 seconds in there. All right. I do appreciate you guys. The first debate is going to be about whether or not gay people should adopt. If you have not, please sign up for the debate. If you are part of the debate, I emailed you, and I haven't seen a couple of people that I see currently in the chat on the Google Doc that I sent out for you guys to choose your topic. I'm trying to have the debate not next week, but the following Wednesday. So I need to announce everything by Monday. So please do it this weekend. Thank you all for coming. I actually really did enjoy this discussion. Yeah. Bye.
Au revoir.
Bye, Themis.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Great debate.
Thank you. I actually appreciate you guys, you coming up, Chris.
My pleasure.
And Jaren and Black Love, all of you. Thank you guys so much.